researcher, and you will be in amazing hands during the session. Over to you, Professor Swartz.
Good morning, colleagues. I can see that we're nearly 100 people in the room. It's amazing for a Friday afternoon. I think I might be the last thing between you and the weekend. But I'd like to take this opportunity to speak about leadership in research. I want to tell you a little bit about my own story, and I also want to tell you a little bit about some of the resources that I have found very helpful when it comes to leadership. I'm going to share my slides, and at some point, Jackie is going to be helping me with some of the interactive pieces of this work. So I'm just going to make sure that everybody can see the PowerPoint. Jackie, is it okay?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, great. Thank you for reading my bio, because the thing that I want to start with, that's the lesson outline which you have and you'll have on the website. But I want to tell you my story in research, because I think that the one thing that I would have liked to have known when I was a postdoctoral fellow is, how did people get to where they are? I am a B-rated researcher with the NRF, which happened this last year, and I'm quite proud of it. I'm not yet an A-rated researcher. I would love to be an A-rated researcher, and I've still got a couple more years where I can actually take a bigger role in leadership in research. But before graduate studies, what did I do? Well, I have always been involved in NGOs and youth NGOs, because young people and their future in Africa, in South Africa, in the Global South is my passion. So I know what my passion is. And before I went and did graduate studies, I worked in NGOs, and I made sure that I did work at my church in youth groups with mentoring young people. I've always been passionate about young people. Jackie told you that my PhD was done at Cambridge, my master's degree at Harvard, but she also told you that my two undergraduate degrees, one was at Wits and the other one was at the University of Zululand. And I like to speak about what those four universities did for me, right? And they all did different things. Wits, I was in a hard science field, and it wasn't the right field for me. But when I was 17 and I finished school, I didn't really know what sociology was. Otherwise, I would have chosen to study that. But instead, I went to Wits, and I kind of bumbled along, and I spent most of my university career running the youth group at my church and taking young people on camps, and not being very focused, because I was a little bit young to actually know what it was that I was meant to be doing. My parents said I couldn't study philosophy and theology, which is what I really wanted to do, because they didn't know how it would earn me a living. And so they first wanted me to do a proper degree, right? What they called a proper degree. And so I did. I obeyed my parents and I did it, and I learned critical skills and I learned discipline and I learned a few things at Wits. And then I went on to the University of Zululand and I did a degree in philosophy and theology. I then worked for an NGO for 12 years. And in that NGO, one of the things, remember, this would have been in the 80s, before AI, before computer graphics, before the cell phone. Remember all those things? I mean, you want to know how old I am, I'll tell you in a minute. But I had to become a leader in that NGO in order to take it forward and in order to achieve the vision that I was dreaming of for young people. It was at the time in South Africa where HIV and AIDS was rife, and we were also transitioning to democracy. And so racism and sexism were also rife. And so for me at that NGO, I took some leadership roles in developing an HIV and AIDS life skills curriculum before it was popular, anti-racism curricula before it was popular. And those were the things that I did at that level in my early 20s. I then had an opportunity to go to both Harvard and Cambridge, and it was an incredible opportunity. I got full scholarships, but it was because in the NGO that I was working for, a few people noticed that I was able to multitask, that I put up my hand for extra work, that I took notes, that I offered to help and to serve in those contexts. And that's how I got to Harvard and Cambridge, because somebody from Harvard was in a meeting. They said, Charlene, have you thought about studies? They helped me with reference writing. They helped me to kind of take my place at the table when I wouldn't have chosen that myself, because I've grown up in a working class family here in Cape Town on the wrong side of the railway lines. My parents both left school way before the end of matric. And so I never thought that I had an opportunity to take my place at one of those big universities or to aspire to a career in youth research and leadership. But here's what it means for me to have studied overseas is that people give me, they say to me, oh, wow, you've studied at those incredible universities. You must have something to say. But I also want to be able to say that I have something to say because my work can show that I've got something to say. So what did I learn from those 4 universities? Well, at WITS, I learned discipline and critical thinking, but nobody actually gave me too much time or attention because I didn't put my hand up for things. I didn't volunteer. I was actually busy elsewhere at my youth group and at the NGO that I was working with. University of Zululand, they taught me how to write and to rewrite and to write over and over again and to put across ideas. And I had quite a few mentors at that university who really gave me good, positive feedback and taught me to read. I had stopped reading when I was at WITS, and learning to read again was really important because I improved myself all the time. When I went to Harvard, they told me how amazing I was and they treated me like a princess. And that wasn't true because I didn't have all the skills that I needed. And so Harvard was great for meeting people and seeing all the incredible people who were in my class, who spoke more eloquently than me, who put up their hand, who answered questions, but had very little life experience. And so by this time I was in my 30s, right? And I had been around the block a few times. I understood young people and their lives. And many of the young people I met at Harvard didn't know kind of the realities of life. They'd been straight to university and they didn't have a lot of life experience. And so that's something that I brought into the classroom at Harvard. I was so scared at Harvard of failing that I actually worked so hard that I ended up getting a 4.0 grade point average, kind of an A average. But I also got together with other people who were international students and we helped each other because the American students were way better and far brighter than we were and had had a far better education than we had. Then I went to Cambridge and there they told me, we thought you were from Harvard. Why isn't your writing better? Why isn't your work better? And all of that. So can you see all of those things really shaped me? But it also, some of it could have dashed my confidence. Harvard could have made me arrogant, and Cambridge kind of made me think very little of myself. But the answer was somewhere in between, surely. When I finished my PhD, I started at the HSRC. Next year, I will have been at the HSRC for 20 years. So I've had two careers, one in an NGO for 12 years and one at the HSRC. I'm also now, just to update my bio, I'm an honorary professor at the University of Cape Town, and I've given up the Fort Hare University position, and I'm now focusing on my career at the HSRC, but I have another position at the University of Cape Town. I've spoken a bit about my NRF rating. I've applied for NRF rating 3 times. I got a C1 rating the first time, a C1 rating the second time, and now a B rating. And I will apply again in 5 years' time, and hopefully it'll go up in the Bs. It's going to be really hard to get an A rating, but it is something that I aspire to. Over the course of my career, I've done a few things. I have attended 2 conferences in 20 years. Every time that they have the conference. The Association of Moral Education has been something that has helped me to think about young people and how they develop values, and the International Sociological Association. And I've gone to every single conference that I could possibly go. I have begged, borrowed, applied, got research funding to go to 2 conferences where people have been able to get to know me and I've been able to get to know them. They are what I've called in academia my people. So when it comes to needing a reference, when it comes to opportunities, those are the people who have opened doors for me over the last 20 years. I haven't gone to every single conference that is advertised. I've tried to make sure that I have developed a niche. And I think if you're taking a few notes, these are some of the things that you need to start writing about. What did I do? I developed a niche. I made sure that I was networking. But here's another thing. When I go to conferences and I see young academics at conferences, here's what I see. They sit, they don't ask questions, they go and do some sightseeing at every opportunity, and they go lock themselves into their hotel room at night instead of talking to people. I want to tell you that if you want to be a research leader, if you want to be a leader, you need to make sure that you've got networks of people who know you well and who you know well, and then you do the same for a new generation emerging. I've also been thinking a lot about how our research and how my leadership impacts society. And I think that's been really important. And I want to tell you that since I was 17 years old, I've been reading leadership books. The one that I'm going to talk about today quite a bit is The Diary of a CEO by Stephen Bartlett. And I was on holiday last month for a few weeks, and that's what I read, amongst others. I also read a lot of fiction. I didn't read workbooks, but I read a lot. And I think that for me has been an important part of always thinking and developing and growing. Being curious and not being lazy about the kinds of things that you're thinking about. I watch the news, I read the news. I'm thinking about how my work impacts society. I'm thinking about my leadership, my life a lot. So that's my story. I hope it doesn't sound arrogant. Yes, I've had quite an incredible career, and I've had incredible opportunities. And so for me, I have asked Jackie to put up one mentee question, and we're going to take a bit of time to just reflect on that. But if you think about your life, if you think about where you are in your career, what keeps you from stepping up into leadership? And I'm going to ask you to put it into the Mentimeter. I'm going to stop sharing, and I'm going to ask Jackie to share the Menti. But if you think about it for a few minutes, what keeps you from stepping up? And I want to leave it open-ended, and I want to allow you to take 10 minutes to think about it. And I hope that you can put in multiple answers, but if you can only put in one, that's fine. Please won't you join the Menti? Use code 21941065, menti.com, and write a word or two or a sentence. What keeps you from stepping up into leadership? Oh, fear, hugely. Jackie, was that you? Oh, imposter syndrome, being inexperienced. Please excuse me while I drink my cup of tea, but it is Friday. And it's not wine, I promise, it's tea.
These might all be me, Charlene. They're hitting the spot.
Keep going, colleagues, keep going. Laziness. Thank you for that. Give that person a bells, because they are really they're really being brave and being real and honest. Fear of failure, lack of the necessary skills. Current leaders. Oh, that's an interesting one. Anxiety. Sure. Mental blocks. Avoidance. Not having bright ideas. Laziness. No experience, a lack of confidence. False humility, right? Fear of failure, overwhelmed by the job market. Oh, you guys are brilliant. Thank you. Favoritism. Oh, I like that one. I'm interested to hear. Bad current leadership. Oh, excellent. Mental blocks. A late career change. Okay. So, colleagues, this is incredible because I did this exercise with my team in the HSRC last month, maybe a few weeks before that. And I also have noticed that this is what my team are saying. And so I know that some of you are still doing PhDs, some of you may have busy doing master's degrees, some of you are young lecturers, some of you are senior people in your academy already. But these things are actually the same things that are repeated over and over. This issue of imposter syndrome, feeling that you're not good enough, is so widespread. It's so widespread. And it is also exacerbated by who we are in South Africa, right? We have a history of inequality. And so if you've been put down your whole life, if your family's been put down, either you think you're not good enough, or you think that you are actually too good for some of these things, for to go to a PowerPoint presentation, or how to give better presentations. So many people just think, oh no, they know how to do it. And yet when they deliver their presentations, it's really very poor communication. And so you never improve. So there are two things, right? This fear of failure, this fear of being inadequate, and then thinking that you actually have got it together and that you can apply for director jobs when you're at a lower level, but you're not sure about what the standard is. What is the standard of excellence? So what keeps us from stepping up into leadership? It's complicated, but I think that the things that we need to talk about today must be how we change some of that, because I think that that's really really important. So my team, I mean, what I've got on the screen is what my team did a couple of weeks ago. Too much work, top-down control, bad leaders, procrastination, myself, fear, self-doubt, lack of confidence, capacity, overwork, not being able to speak up, imposter syndrome, networking. Can you see how the same it is? And so thank you for contributing. I want to share 4 resources along the way. I told you that I've been a reader since I was pretty young, and partly when I was at the University of Zululand, some of my lecturers took me to second-hand bookshops and said, Charlene, read this, buy this. And that was incredible because I learned to love reading and to love learning. So I want to talk about a chapter that I've written in a book. I want to talk about an article by Wanasika et al. On leadership, and a 20-year-old book by Jim Collins called From Good to Great, and then Diary of a CEO by Stephen Bartlett. Those are just 4 that I want to mention today. And I want you to be able to ask questions in the chat. I've got the chat open, and from time to time, I'm going to be having a look at the chat because I want you to ask questions along the way. Published a book last year called Transformative Leadership in African Context, Strategies for Social Change. It was an edited collection with myself and 2 colleagues, and in it there are 20 chapters or so about leadership and leadership theory in the South African and African contexts. And one of the things that I start the book out by saying is that there are many legs or theories of leadership. Leadership is often about transforming people, places, institutions, and directing people. So directing change and directing people. That green block is where we tend to focus all the time. Leadership styles. Are you a servant leader? Are you a laissez-faire leader? Are you a, kind of upfront leader, a charismatic leader? That's where most of the leadership theory is focused. Fewer people speak about how leadership is meant to change societies or institutions and how you go about changing that. So I wrote a chapter about leadership theory, but also studying young leaders. I've been part of a study, which I'll talk about in a second, but transformative leadership for me is the outcome of research leadership. What is it that I was trying to do from when I was 17 and working in an NGO, then going to study, then working at the HSRC and being involved at the University of Fort Hare and the University of Cape Town? How do we change societies? And one of my favorite quotes is this one by the former Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who I've spent quite a lot of my life working with. I used to go to the service on a Friday morning at the cathedral in Cape Town, but he was also a patron of an NGO that I was involved in called the Restitution Foundation that Jackie mentioned. And he's saying that if you want to define transformative leadership, it's about he gives an analogy. You're sitting next to a river and you see people floating down the river, and some are dead and some are struggling and some are drowning. And you could just pull people out and save the people who are still alive. Or you could go to the top of the river and you need to and find out why people are falling into this river. And that for him is the definition of transformative leadership. There comes a point where we need to stop just pulling people out of the river. We need to go upstream and find out why they're falling in. Is it inequality? Is it racism? Is it sexism? Is it geographical discrimination? Is it the nature of the job market? Is it the people's access to land? What are the issues in our country, in our continent, in our world that we need to address? And so for me to be a transformative leader in research is to ask those questions about how we bring about systemic change. So that's really important. That's a big, lofty goal. And some of you are going, oh no, I can't even manage my own self. How do I then start changing the world? Because that's really what I think transformative leadership is about. So I've been studying what young people think about leadership. And we've had a very large study at the HSRC called the Imprint of Education, where we studied young graduates from universities for 5 years, and we asked them, do they think they're leaders? What skills do they have? What do they mean by being a leader? And for many of them, they spoke about things like helping others, serving others, being other-minded, helping individuals and communities, giving back, and kind of being entrepreneurial in trying to bring solutions to society. I asked myself, is it too much to expect graduates in their 20s to change an unjust system? But if that's what they want to do, then let's think about it and what they really need to be doing. Most young people said they are. They strongly agree that they are leaders. So, 97%, 98% said that they're leaders. But what do they mean when they're asked what it means to be a leader? Many of them said, I'm a leader to my siblings. I tutor and teach in schools. Some said a leader is a servant called to serve, to bring solutions, to save lives, and bring productivity in Africa. Now, can you see that that's like a huge range of what it means to be a leader? Here's the thing that we asked them in the study. We said, all of them said that they were doing something around leadership and around give back and around transformation. And so we said, and who is it aimed at? Well, 32% said it was aimed at individuals, 57% in their community, 10% said they were trying to change bigger systems. Now, why am I telling you about this leadership? Well, partly because I not only practice leadership, but I do research on leadership. And for me, if I were to challenge you to do anything in the future, is make sure that your research is about changing the systems of our society. And so few people are actually working on that. And I think it's really important that we do that. The next piece in the research, we said, now, what are the skills that you need in order to become a leader? And this is a societal leader. And we gave them a range of options, motivate people to work towards a goal, transform good ideas into action. It's not helpful just to have good ideas without being able to operationalize them, taking small steps needed to solve big problems, recognizing people's strengths and putting them into an effective team, using disagreements in a group to find new ways of solving problems, using government policies to solve problems, and then showing how injustice is related, racism, sexism, discrimination against people living with disabilities, against immigrants, what we call systemic justice skills. Here's the thing that was interesting. Most people had these top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 skills. Very few had policy skills or the ways to integrate forms of injustice and show how they all operate together. And that was great because what I found in the study is that so many of these people, young people, wanted to be leaders, thought they were leaders, but actually needed to develop the skill of policy and systemic justice skills. There was differences between males and females. More men than women thought that they had these policy skills and systemic skills. And there was some difference between those who had studied on the continent and those who had studied abroad. So there were some really interesting findings, but I don't want to go into a lot of detail except to say that I was so delighted to see that people were saying, I need more skill in order to embed my research, my leadership practice in skill building. So that's some of my kind of academic work on leadership. And that's it's been important. It's really helped me to think about how our research has impact. But I also read an article a couple of years ago. It's an article from 2011 in the Journal of World Business by Wanasika et al. They are a bunch of academics from the continent, but also working with a European university. And they identified 6 characteristics, practices, perceptions of leadership behavior. A charismatic or values-based leader who is visionary, inspirational, works with and for people, has integrity, is decisive, and is performance-orientated. Then a team-orientated leader, collaborative, integrates people's contributions, diplomatic, not an autocrat, and competent around administration. A participative leader, kind of close to a team leader, a team-orientated leader, but involving others and making sure that you bring your team along with you. A humane leader, someone with Ubuntu, who is supportive and considerate, maybe isn't so task-focused because they really want to make sure that people work well and feel integrated and part of the team. An autonomous leader, kind of like a big chief, independent and individualistic, and just kind of gets on it with themselves and, doesn't really listen to people. And a self-protective leader who's status conscious, who's self-centered, and who often provokes conflict or does things to save face or is very procedural, right? So those are the 6 kinds of leaders that Wanasika et al. Identified from the literature, from practice, from their own fieldwork. Here's the most important part of this study that I found fascinating, and I hope you would also. They looked across 5 African countries: Nigeria, Namibia, Zambia, Zimbabwe, and South Africa, but only Black South Africans. And they asked people questions and then they categorized them according to these 6 categories. So what do you notice firstly about this slide? Yeah, maybe some feedback. What do you notice about this slide? Can you just put your microphone on and say something about the slide? You don't have to put your hand up because I can't see everybody's faces. So maybe just 1 or 2 people can say something about the slide. Come on, be brave. Or you all kind of, yeah, okay. Who's talking?
This is Haripriya. Just that there's a lot more people who are not using the autonomous or self-protective leadership method, but the others.
Yeah. So that's great. That I'm delighted that those kind of autonomous and self-protective behaviors are much less than charismatic, team, participative, or humane. Okay. And then there's something else to notice. Something else? Just one other big thing to notice. Anybody?
Okay, I'll try. There's also, my name's Akosia. There's a huge gap between the graphs, like there's a space. I don't know what that means, but yeah.
This space here, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
And that surely there must be some other styles that could be fitting into that category. That's a great observation. But here's the very obvious one. Can you notice that in Nigeria, the charismatic leadership is completely different to in South Africa? So there tends to be in Namibia, Nigeria, that charismatic is high in Zimbabwe, but in South Africa, amongst Black South Africans who are part of the study, it's quite low. And then this leadership about Ubuntu, quite low in Namibia compared to South Africa, and that's kind of a bit crazy because we pride ourselves on Ubuntu, right? So I'm interested that across these 5 African countries, leadership styles are quite different, and I think that's something important to notice. What I got from the Wanasika article is this. Why do these leadership characteristics differ by country in Africa? And I asked that question because I wonder whether in South Africa, Black South Africans have learned leadership in an apartheid system. And so there's a little bit less opportunity to be participative, inclusive, etc. I wonder in Nigeria, the fact that Nigeria has been independent for far longer, but also has got a very strong, charismatic, both church and mosque tradition, where people are in huge groups. Maybe they're also a little bit more authoritarian. So if I think about Nigeria, Namibia, Zimbabwe, South Africa, I'm actually quite interested to know why these leadership characteristics differ by country. But the more important thing for me is if I think about leadership within the academy in South Africa, within government in South Africa, how does people's background affect their leadership practice? I wonder if you ask people who live in the Eastern Cape, what their leadership styles are. And I wonder whether it'll be a lot more autonomous than it might be in Joburg, where everybody's a little bit more democratic and a little bit more kind of thinking about democracy and equality. So I want you to ask yourself, how does your background affect your leadership practice? I wonder about the woman in the room. Does being a woman affect how we practice our leadership, why we don't step up or why we do step up? And I think there's a lot of research at the moment, both in South Africa and in the US, where young Black women especially do one of two things. They either step back or they step so far forward without having the skills and the background required in order to take up roles. And both of those are not helpful, because women need to step up when they have skills and they need to develop the confidence to lead because they must be leaders, but they can't do it without skills, and they really must do it if they've got skills. And there's this kind of dilemma about, do I have enough skills? Am I really the real deal, or am I just an imposter in this place? So Wanasika has been hugely helpful for me to think, and I don't have many of the answers yet, but I'm intrigued by it, and it's certainly kind of provoked my thinking on leadership. Then I want to do 2 more things. The one is Jim Collins. I spoke about his book called From Good to Great. Now, I have put 3 readings into the depository. Jim Collins, there's an article that he's written that I think is really useful, the Wanasika article, and certainly my article from the book Transformative Leadership in Africa. Jim Collins speaks about 5 levels of leadership. Level 1, which is the lowest level of leadership, he calls a highly capable individual, makes productive contributions through talent, knowledge, skills, and good work habits. And that's where we all should really be, because that's possible. That doesn't depend on your anxiety, your confidence. It does depend on all those things. They affect them, but those are the kinds of contributions that you could make. Then contributing. So first be capable, then contribute. Contribute to group objectives, work with others in a group setting. Don't just sit back and say, well, others will do it, either because I don't think I'm good enough or because I'm a bit lazy, right? So you can contribute. Then you can become a competent manager. You can organize people, make sure you understand the policies and procedures in your organization. You can make sure that you use resources well, and that you know the objectives of the university that you're working in or the department that you're working in, and that you pursue these objectives. And so you're a competent manager. Then Jim Collins speaks about being an effective leader, where you actually you help develop a vision, and you actually take a step where you aren't just doing what you're told, but you really are thinking about helping people move with you to implement a vision. And you hold people to high performance standards, partly because you're a high performer, but also because you know what the bigger goal is of the organization. And so most people who lead companies, who lead departments, who lead universities or university departments are fairly effective. But there's also very bad practices, right? We all know that, where people take, they don't give clear instructions, they get irritated, they take some of the recognition that should come to you for themselves. We also know lots about poor leaders. And then a level 5 leader, according to Jim Collins, is where somebody builds greatness by being quite humble, but making sure that they give the people that they're leading enough tools and enough motivation to actually achieve great things. So a level 5 person is actually, if you look at them, they're not the kind of upfront leader that is always doing some amazing things. But if you look just behind them, they're the people who bring other people with them and help other people to shine, because they know that if you help other people shine, that the corporate goal will be developed. So I know that many of you have got problems with your supervisor, your line manager, your head of department, your vice chancellor, whatever it is. But actually, you don't have to be like that. You can actually say, I'm trying to go up these ranks of making sure that I lead people, I manage resources, and I have a passion about taking things forward. So this Jim Collins book, I read the book, when I was maybe in my 20s, has been really, really helpful. Jim Collins, one of his main theses in the book is that you need disciplined people, disciplined thinking, and disciplined action in order to move from being a good to a great leader. And he's got some things about how we level up our leadership, how we make sure that we use technology accelerators. So this theme of the capacity development program this week, the Academy, has been, how do we use AI? And so we don't use it as an excuse, but we use it to complement the work that we are already doing to make it more efficient, more effective. But we've got to be disciplined. We've got to really get rid of the things that distract us, and we've got to make sure that we're thinking clearly about the kinds of things that we want to achieve. So this book, fantastic, and an incredible resource. Now we get to some of my favorite pieces. Who of you have heard of The Diary of a CEO? Won't you just put the react button up? He does a podcast that is always on Facebook and on YouTube. I'm sure some of the TikTokers will have found it. But yeah, I see one thumbs up from Maneli. Anybody else? Diary of a CEO, Adesua. Anybody else? Anybody else? Judith. I see Judith. Dikaledi. Fantastic. Okay. Fantastic. I've asked Jackie to play us a clip from a YouTube video. His book came out a couple of years ago, maybe 2 years ago now, and he's been interviewed on a breakfast show. And I've asked her to play the first 2 minutes and then from minute 11 on. So lie back, stretch out a little bit, and I'm going to ask you what struck you by this short video clip. So please go ahead, Jackie.
The Diary of a CEO, the podcast, and now the book, The 33 Laws of Business and Life. Steve, welcome. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
Congratulations on the book. The book is absolutely awesome. This is the real deal, mate. So congratulations.
Oh, you're so kind.
For people who don't know who you are, give us a bit of a potted history. Tell us, let's fast forward because we haven't got time, to 17, 18, 19 years old, and then a bit of big blue slide, bit of investment, and then we'll get to the book and then we'll crack on from there.
Yeah, TLDR of it, came to the UK when I was a kid from Africa, was born in Botswana, was very insecure growing up, I think because I was the only sort of black kid in a pretty much all white area. We also ended up being the poorest family in the area. And you understand the value of anything by the context in which you see it. And the context in which I saw myself had implicitly taught me that I wasn't enough. So the other confounding factor is my parents, my mum in particular, because I'm the youngest of four, they didn't parent me after the age of 10. And so you have this kid that wants stuff in life, but has this huge void of independence to go and experiment to get it. And that's really where my sort of self-belief comes from, which is my defining characteristic. Not good in school, dropped out, got kicked out, got unexpelled by my teacher. I did that show, What I Lied to You, the other day, and my head teacher came out and said, we unexpelled him because he made the school so much money. And then they expelled me in the last week of school when I could no longer make them any money. And went to uni, drop out after one lecture, decided to start business. Parents, my mum in particular, told me she wouldn't speak to me again if I did. I pursued that, did that for a good 10 years.
What was it?
At the time, it was a website called Wallpark, which was trying to bring physical notice boards on campus online. And then I went on to start building social media and software businesses, which is what I do now, marketing and software.
Tell us about the blue slide, the big blue slide.
Yeah, one of the first things we did when it's such a stupid decision in hindsight, but it is just what it is. I was 21 years old and we took a large investment into my company, and one of the first
buckets.
It means so much to me, by the way. And do you know what? I've not had feedback because the book has just sort of come out into the world. Well, it comes out tomorrow, but so to hear that from you and to believe what you're saying, it really means a lot to me, because you don't know. I sit in isolation and write this in the jungle. And then I come back to the UK, give it to my publisher, and then 6 months passes, and I'm having this conversation with you. So it feels, just wanted to say thank you. The 5 buckets, which is law number 1, was an observation I'd had on my own life. And people always ask me, if you're young or if you're not, or if you're moving into a new industry, where should you focus? In fact, one of your colleagues asked me out there. The way that I look at it is there's these 5 buckets in our lives that we have to fill. And the story that I tell was one of my friends in San Francisco had a man running up to him. This man was sweating, a little bit out of breath, and said to him about building rockets and doing these chips in monkeys' brains and all this stuff. Then this man ran off. Then my friend said to me when I was in San Francisco, he goes, that man was Elon Musk. And interestingly, until he said that man was Elon Musk, I thought it was someone that had escaped from an asylum or something. But the minute you hear that it's Elon Musk, you hear that this is an individual with 5 full buckets. In life, we have these 5 buckets, right? The first bucket is our knowledge, which is what we know. When we apply what we know, it becomes a skill, right? And these first 2 buckets, your knowledge and your skills, are the only buckets in your life that no professional earthquake can ever unfill. They're also the buckets that overflow to fill these last 3 buckets, which is your network, your resources, and your reputation. When you have knowledge and skills, you'll undoubtedly build a network that will lead to resources, and finally reputation. Life can take away these last 3 buckets, but if you're a young person, the key takeaway here is when you're selecting that job, like I was at 16, 17, 18, 19 years old, don't select for reputation, a nice jobs title. Don't even select for resources, getting paid more. Focus on jobs that will fill these first 2 buckets, which is knowledge and skills. And for me, that meant spending 4 years working in call centers, which still today I cite as being the single most important professional experience I ever had. I spent 4 years picking up a phone and speaking to people about double glazing or artificial grass or conservatories or car insurance. And that skill of sales and communication has then translated to raising hundreds of millions in investment, to building businesses, to hiring thousands of people, having a podcast. And so it's just a frame to think through, which I think will set you up better for life.
Okay, I'm just gonna play Lucky Dip here. Is that all right with everyone?
Yeah. God, here we go.
By the way, I'm not looking at the book, just to prove I've read it. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to go for leaning into bizarre behavior next.
Okay, so the world is changing at an ever-increasing rate. This whole AI conversation, the Web3, the blockchain, all of these interesting words. And what I've noticed over time, and when I looked at some of the stats from Ray Kurzweil, who's one of the world's leading futurists, is the rate of change in the world is only accelerating. He predicts that if you're 10 today, by the time you're 60, you'll experience a year's change in 11 days. in the 21st century, we'll experience 20,000 years of change. So if you're a kid, or if you're trying to give advice to your kid, what do you say to them? What book is going to stand the test of that accelerating change? What we need is a different attitude towards change, which is what I call leaning in. In my life, across like 1 decade now, there's been 2 tectonic shifts. The first for me was social media, and I built a business in that industry because I lent in. When it sounded confusing and strange and there was pessimism, I lent in and built a company there. We don't lean in because of dissonance, this psychological feeling of friction when something new conflicts with what we know about the world or our identity. So what we tend to do to resolve that dissonance, that cognitive friction, is to lean out and dismiss the thing. So you hear AI coming, and because of the friction it will cause you, instead of just holding the dissonance, which is holding 2 conflicting ideas, the human brain has to dismiss the thing causing the friction. The issue with that is when innovation comes, it always creates dissonance. And we're seeing that now with AI. We saw it with the internet. I remember watching the videos of people trying to explain the internet, the pessimism and the dismissal of it. We saw it when the iPhone was created and the CEO of Microsoft laughed on air and said a £500, £600 mobile phone, they have no chance. I love our strategy. That dissonance.
By the way, he's no longer at Microsoft.
He's no longer at Microsoft.
Surprise,
the iPhone
surprise.
Stole market share, right? It's so important to understand that feeling. And even more recently, in the last 2 years, I experienced a huge amount of dissonance when this thing called blockchain technology came out. People selling these monkey pictures on the internet for 6 figures. What I did because of principles, not because of how I felt, was I lent in. And that led to a company called ThirdWeb. We've raised $31 million. The company has 50 employees in San Francisco. It's valued at hundreds of millions of dollars in our last investment raise. And because I lent into that dissonance, that feeling of, that something bizarre was happening, I was able to build companies. That's what we should be telling our kids. It's a mindset towards change we'll need for the 21st and 22nd century, when change is going to be at lightning speed. A book takes 2-3 years to publish. Strategies and tactics are outdated by the time this hits the shelves. But that lean-in attitude towards disruption, I think, is the most important thing I teach my kids. That curiosity, and then how to respond when new information
Great. Thank
conflicts
you,
with your existing
Jackie.
information.
So I hope that just that 5-6 minutes that we've watched just whets your appetite to go and listen to some more of Stephen Bartlett's YouTube videos, but also to read the book. And I have that book kind of right here next to me. I know you can't see it. There it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. And it's now quite worn, not because I was reading it on the beach, but because I'm making notes and I've been thinking about it. But from those 6 minutes that you have listened to, won't you please take a few minutes to write in the chat what struck you about Stephen Bartlett? The one thing I do want to tell you, and it's going to make us all feel bad, is that on the 26th of August this year, he will be 33 years old. On the 26th of August this month, he will be 33 years old. So how does that make you feel? Right? But what struck you from that short clip that we've watched? Please won't you write in the chat, and then I'm going to take some feedback. You can also put up your hand and we'll just talk about it for a few minutes. Aneli says he teaches what he has lived and experienced. He spearheaded a field, followed his passion, and he does things because of principles, and he leans in. That leans in thing was really nice. You lean into new opportunities. Susan, his discussion of dissonance, the need to hold conflicting views and to lean in, leaning into the uncomfortable. Despite being kicked out and expelled, he's got a different attitude towards change. A mind shift is critical. Somebody saying that they feel nice and old now. Well, I mean, can you imagine how I feel, right? I'm in my 50s and I'm thinking that guy is still so young and he's a multi-billionaire. But also, where's he from, right? From Botswana. Went to the UK, had lots of, if you watch the whole video, he'll talk about the racism that he encountered, feeling different, feeling left out, his parents not understanding his experience, his parents not pretty much supporting the fact that he was now getting into this field of social media, resilience, being optimistic. Did anybody notice how humble he is? Oh, the other place that you would have seen him, if those of you kind of watch TV, is Shark Tank, right? He's all over the Shark Tank or those kinds of venture capital programs because he gives money away now to young people trying to start businesses. Look, I mean, I still believe that we should all go to university and get PhDs so that we can become good in our field. I'm not saying that you can take that away from his chat, but it's not the only thing. A positive mindset to change your story despite your background. Somebody saying, oops, I'm the same age as him and I don't feel nearly as accomplished, but I like the idea of leaning in, right? The 5 buckets, which I want to talk about. He's a doer, the best combination. He's a dreamer. I loved his Elon Musk story about like seeing this crazy guy and then going, oh, that's Elon Musk. You know, he's got some ideas, but also he's kind of done some crazy things in his businesses, and some of them have succeeded and some of them have failed. And I think that's important if you listen to his story. Failure has been part of his success. And every day now that, you know, when you watch a YouTube video or when you do something on Facebook, my Facebook feed is now filled with Steven Bartlett all the time. But I also swim at the gym quite a lot, and I've downloaded some of his podcasts, and I listen to the podcasts while I'm swimming. Yes, I have a new fancy MP3 player that works underwater. But I mean, that's what I do, is I listen to some of his podcasts because I'm so inspired by this young guy. It's ridiculous. So get the book and read it. Challenging one to think beyond the traditional way of things. No one can unfill your knowledge and skills buckets. Innovation always brings dissonance. Lean into it. Teach your kids curiosity. It will stand the test of time in these rapidly changing times. Well said, Lorenzo. That's really pretty good. And Nothembelani, the importance of early investment in skills rather than just changing a job. So 1 or 2 people, would you like to just put your hands up and maybe make a comment? And then I'll show you some of the things that I picked up by watching the whole video. The whole video is about 40 minutes, I think. Yeah, anybody else want to just summarize for us? What do you think of Steven Bartlett? Is this a new person that I'm introducing you to? I heard earlier that maybe 4 or 5 people had heard of him before. But who knew about his story? Yeah, maybe a couple of comments, colleagues. Also give me an opportunity to have a sip of tea. Put your microphone on and have a chat. Come on, don't be shy. Otherwise, I'm going to pick on some people.
I think Akoswa, he had her hand raised, I think, when you spoke about the book. So
Okay.
between Akoswa and Rama, I think one of them can answer.
Okay, go ahead. Both of them can answer. Go ahead, colleagues. Don't be a tough audience. Come on, it's Friday afternoon.
Okay, I'm going to start us off and just, if anyone wants to join
Thank you,
me.
Jackie.
But one of the things that struck me, in addition to what people have said in the chat, is the emphasis he placed on his communication skills and how he developed them. I think that's an area I personally struggle with. And being able to present yourself the way he does, he's so calm and confident and speaks so well. Even though he does not have, you can see he doesn't have a speech prepared or he hasn't planned it all out, but he speaks in a way that draws you in and gets his ideas across very well.
And Jackie, doesn't that make you also feel, I mean, that makes me feel like, how does that just happen? I mean, I wonder what he has done to develop his communication skills, because I don't think anybody is a natural communicator. I was telling you at the beginning my story, and I have been through maybe 3 or 4 rounds of communications training that the HSRC has put me through. They've helped me to slow down in my talking. They've helped me to connect with people. They videoed me, and I hated that. But actually, all of that has helped. And I know that I still make mistakes in speaking. But those are the things that I've had to learn. And when I was a youth worker, I thought I was already a good communicator. But I really had to develop communication skills, and I would like to develop more of them in the future. Okay. Colleague, somebody else? Some other comments on just that short clip? You see, go ahead, Judith.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing the clip. Can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly.
Okay, yeah. I was particularly struck by his background. You know, having come from a very poor, background, there's something my mentor used to say, don't let your background keep your back to the ground. I mean, you tend to see that, most people who have a rough beginning usually end up making it better. And it leaves me thinking that really there's really no excuse for not being successful in any of our endeavor in life, even as researchers.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, for me, when I first saw the book, I thought, oh, I don't want to read another book by somebody in the global north about how to be a successful leader. When I discovered that this kid was from Botswana, and is, regularly returns to Botswana, has family. Yes, his mom and dad went to the UK for work when he was 10 or 11. But for me, this is an African story, and I loved it. And I'm so proud of him, but I'm also proud of the fact that he hasn't become arrogant and he hasn't become kind of better than thou. He's actually just such a down-to-earth guy. And I'm following him with such incredible interest because I also want to see what mistakes he makes in his 30s and 40s and as he gets older. Yeah. Victor, won't you go ahead and tell us what your reflections are?
Okay, so thank you very much. And having to watch the video, a few things would stand out in terms in the fact that those 5 buckets listed were things he got from reminiscing over his life in hindsight, right? So meaning that oftentimes there are things that are there but you're not aware. But
Yeah.
then in retrospect, he got to figure them out that, oh, these are things, and then from just himself, he was able to see the fact that, oh, it's cuts across everybody, not just him himself, right? And then what stood out was the fact that the knowledge and the skills bucket both are foundational for the remaining 3 buckets. So if you're able to build the 2 buckets, the first 2 buckets, the other 3 buckets would be filled. So the extent to which the other 3 buckets are filled are dependent on the content of the first 2 buckets, or how well they're filled.
Fantastic. Thank you, Victor. I'm going to take just one more person before we move on to talk about those buckets because they are really very important. Do I need to volunteer somebody?
Prof, there's Zakia in the comment section.
Great.
Yes.
The 5 buckets make sense, and to some extent it's obvious. No one can take away your knowledge and skills. It depends on the person. If you want something, you make every effort to achieve success. He's truly remarkable and humble and young, so we can expect more from him, for sure. So I do like the fact that the 5 buckets are obvious, but I also don't know that we've thought about it in that kind of way. I remember reading the book, and then I phoned a good friend of mine and I said, a good friend is quite old, and he said, I wish I had something like that when I was in my 20s or 30s to think about, because nobody actually packages it in a way that says knowledge, skills, resources, and then off you go and achieve the great things in life through developing your reputation. So that's been really, really amazing. Okay, I'm going to go back to sharing my slides, and when I let me just check where my here it is. So when I asked some of my team, when I did the seminar with them a little while ago, We spoke about what struck them. Well, the fact that he thought that he wasn't enough, that he was black in a white world, kicked out, expelled, dropped out, that he decided that taking risks were important, dreaming was important, standing out was important, disrupting the current work. And those are some things that I think if I think about myself as a researcher, how much of our research is just the same things that other people have done? And how much of our research is disruptive? How much of our research is experimental? And I'm not talking about being in the hard sciences. I'm talking about being in the humanities. How much of our methodologies are experimental? If you want to be a research leader, you've got to be disruptive, experimental. You've got to stand out. You've got to dream. You've got to take risks. You might even have to drop out of something in order to do something different. I remember, Jackie started out by telling you how many books that I have. I think it's about 15 now. And I've been in academia for 19 years. So it's kind of almost a book a year. But I remember when I joined the HSRC, my line manager, Professor Linda Richter, said to me, I want you to focus on raising money for projects and writing articles. I don't want any of this book stuff because it doesn't count. And I said, no, I think I'm going to write books because I think that young people and academics need to know that South Africans can write books about young people and that those are the books that will be read. And so one of my most cited books is Teenage Tata, about young fathers in the townships. Nobody had written about that before. And she said to me, you just better make sure that you write articles. And I did both because I decided that I wanted to do the thing that I had a vision for. But I had to stand up to her. And those of you who know Professor Linda Richter or have known her, she's a formidable woman, right? And I was quite young at the time, but I wanted to make sure that I was doing something disruptive and experimental. He also said we need to add value, we need to innovate. I loved what he said about change, right? That we've got to think about the changes that are happening. They're so fast and so incremental, but we've got to find ways to take risks, to grow, to talk, to develop confidence, to be genuine, and to lean in. The one thing that I think will come out of this is I have a feeling that this generation of young people, young researchers, emerging researchers, are afraid to talk out. And I wonder whether it's because of your anxiety, your lack of confidence about thinking that you're not good enough in a room, or is it because we don't talk on the phone anymore, right? We text. We don't put our cameras on. We in Zoom meetings, not in a space together. I kind of wonder whether we're evolving to be non-communicative, except through, chats and texts and whatnot. And I think it's a shame because I want to hear your ideas in this room, but I also want to hear your ideas when I'm leading a department at the university or in government or in a business meeting of some sort. So I think that's really important, that we've got to develop the ability to contribute in a way that will help other people move forward and grow. All of your comments in the chat and the ones that you've made in live have all helped us all, right? Because we're developing a conversation about this book, The Diary of a CEO, and Stephen Bartlett. And I'm hoping that half of you can't wait to get out of the seminar because you're going to go and lie on your bed and watch Stephen Bartlett videos for the rest of the afternoon because you're actually quite inspired. But not just taking things in, but then also being able to share it with others. Kind of like what Jim Collins talks as being a level 5 leader. You don't just absorb it all for yourself to make yourself big, but you do it so that you can bring other people with you. Let's move to the main kind of story of his book. He divides his book up into 4 things. The subtitle of his book is called The 33 Laws of Business and Life. Now, please don't be put off by the fact that it's called The Diary of a CEO. It is because he has been a CEO already at the age of 33, but it's actually these business laws or leadership laws for life and whatever profession that you're in. So DOAC is what you'll see it abbreviated as, Diary of a CEO. And he speaks about 4 things in the book. He says, you've got to develop yourself. Self-awareness, self-control, self-care, self-conduct, and self-esteem. And he's got a couple of rules and laws around the self. But you've got to know yourself. You've got to know what you are weak in and what you are strong in. You've got to talk to people about what you are weak in and what you are strong in, because people will often help you to see blind spots. You've got to develop self-control. And by that, you've got to take opportunities, and you've got to not be lazy, and you've got to not let all the other things in your life overwhelm you. You've got to take self-care, because you actually can't contribute if you are anxious or depressed. You need to get help. You need to have and make sure that the self that you bring into leadership is a good self, a whole self, a healed self. You've got to have self-esteem. You've got to think that what you've got to contribute is valuable. But you've also got to know that your contribution is not the only contribution. It might not be the greatest contribution, that other people's contributions are also important. So this whole notion of the self is something that he talks about that I think is absolutely brilliant. And when I think about my own life, I go, wow, have I got enough self-control? Have I got enough self-care? Do I conduct myself well? Am I sometimes overbearing? Do I sometimes talk too much, too little? Ask yourself those deep reflective questions. The second thing that he says is you've got to have a story. What is the story of your past? What is the story of your present? And what do you want your future story to be? Now, colleagues, in this room of 100 people, I know that we all come from pretty challenging pasts, right? Some of us more challenging than others. And I know it because the story of our continent, of our country, has been a challenging one. The level of education that we got, the support that we got from our parents, the levels of poverty that we've lived in, the gender norms that we've faced, all of those have been tough. And we've got to, in one sense, understand our past story, because we know that it shapes us. But we've got to understand our present story. Many of you have got jobs, PhDs, master's degrees, or you're in the process of getting it. And so you've got quite a hopeful story. And so what is your present story, but also what is the future story? What story do you want for your future in this country or in the country of your origin? Because if you don't know what that future story wants to be, or what you want that future story to be, you're not going to get there. So have a vision for your life. And you also need to have a story about how you tell the story of your past, present, and future, so that other people will join you. That comment that Jackie made is that he's a very good communicator, and that's why he gets people to join him in some of his crazy ideas and some of his disruptive ideas. And that's important. How you tell the story of your past, your present, and your future is going to be very helpful. And I know this sounds like advice for if you're a parent, but it's true. Leadership and parenting are pretty close together. Then the third bucket, not a bucket, the third point of the way he structured his book is, what are your values, your principles, and your beliefs? And he goes into quite a lot of detail about how knowing what our values are actually really important if we're going to be leaders in business, in academia, in our family. Knowing what our principles are and sticking to them, knowing that we are somebody that people can trust, that don't just think about themselves, but that think about the bigger good. For me, structural change in our country, in our world, for young people. Can you write that down? Do you know what your philosophy is, or are you just kind of going from day to day and surviving? Do you do the right things even when it costs money or time? Because that's important. And if you've got a philosophy of your life embedded, you're going to be able to be the leader that I think you will be proud of, your parents will be proud of, our world will be proud of. And then finally, he speaks quite a lot about the laws that we need in order to choose a team to work with. You can't work alone. And I think that sometimes as academics, we work alone. But in the end, you are part of a team at your university, whether you're studying or lecturing, in business, in a government department, you're part of a team. And who you choose to work with is really important. If you choose to work with people who are arrogant or lazy or have poor values and beliefs, you will become like them. But if you want to be a leader, you need to choose a team that you can really work with in order to make sure all of you level up to this level 5 kind of leadership. And that's pretty important. He says, if you're not learning and if you're not earning, then leave. Now, that's a little quote that I quite like, because he says, if you're learning but you're not earning, that's fine. Stay because you're learning. If you're earning and not learning, then also stay, because that might help you to get into a newer position where you can do both. But the idea is to learn and earn in your job. I love it. I mean, it's pretty pragmatic, and some people go, oh, but the money's not anything. No, the money helps us to do something. It builds our confidence. It helps us to develop ourselves. So the book, The Diary of a CEO, is divided into these 4 pieces. To be a leader, know yourself, know your story, have a good philosophy, and join and choose a team that you want to work with that will help you to grow. That for me is the summary of the book in 5 minutes. But here's the 5 buckets. And somebody said it's pretty obvious, but we have knowledge, and that's most of us here in the room. We have knowledge, right? We often haven't yet learned to apply the knowledge. So if you're wanting to, and this is what the Academy has been about, we've tried to teach you a bit about quantitative analysis. We've tried to teach you about theories of change. We've tried to teach you about all sorts of things. And so knowledge and skills, develop your skills. At my age and stage of my career, I'm always developing new skills. I'm learning how to use AI at the moment to create short videos of my research, because I think that's really important. Develop your network, who we know. I spoke about at the very beginning that we really should choose 1 or 2 conferences and go to it regularly. And then when you're at the conference, please don't go sightseeing, maybe one day, but actually spend time talking to people, and don't be shy to talk to people. Introduce yourself, ask them about their work, make yourself helpful to them. Don't just ask for, money and projects that you can work on. Make offers to people, and ask them to introduce you to others. I had a fantastic supervisor when I was at Cambridge for my PhD, and from the day one, she would always say, Charlene, come with me to this conference, come with me to the seminar, come, let me introduce you. And she introduced me to incredible people who I'd only read about, whose books I'd read, and I felt pretty special. But I do that now. When I'm at a conference, I introduce my younger colleagues to people. Now, I also want to make sure that they don't embarrass me, right? So I want to make sure that I've helped them with knowledge and skills and abilities, so that they don't just say, hello, have you got funding for me? Hello, can you read my book? But also they say, I'm really interested in this. I was wondering whether we could collaborate on that. So you become somebody who people want to work with and to network with. Resources grow over time, but you've also got to be finding resources. You've got to be writing to funders for resources for your work. You've got to be taking short courses, longer courses to increase and develop your knowledge and skills. And you've got to make sure that you build a reputation, and that reputation is not tarnished by mistakes, right? There's lots of things that we can do that will tarnish our reputation. We can have a reputation for being arrogant, for always taking the credit. We can get involved in kind of sexist behaviors in the workplace. We can plagiarize articles. We can do all sorts of things that destroy our reputation. But we can also build our reputation by being helpful, humble, contributing, and also being quite firm and disciplined, developing and delivering our work on time, making sure that it's critical, that our work has an argument, that it's making a difference. So I love Stephen Bartlett's 5 buckets theory. And yes, it's common sense, but you may be at the knowledge stage, you may be at skill stage, you may be developing your networks, you may be at having lots of access to resources, you may be developing your reputation. The point is that you've got to focus on skills and networking, not on resources and reputation, because that almost comes out of having knowledge, skills, and a good network. So that's a really good and helpful takeaway when it comes to leadership in research or in work or in life. So, colleagues, I would like us to take 20 minutes. It's now 10 past 12, and we'll come back at 12:30. But I do want us to get into random groups of 4. And here's the thing that I want us to talk about. I want us to talk about what are the 3 next steps that you can take to grow your ability to lead in research. I don't want 5 or 7 or 10. But I want you to talk in your groups about these 3 next steps that you can take. Because I want you to go away from the session going, wow, actually, maybe my next step is to go and read Diary of a CEO. Maybe it's to go and, think about and talk to my supervisor, maybe my line manager. But won't you talk to each other about the next 3 steps that you can take? And how will you ensure you stay on track to these commitments? It's an accountability question. So your feedback should be really this. What's your 3-point leadership plan? 1, 2, 3. How will you ensure accountability? It's not higher grade, but it will take some time for you to think about it and to do it. Has everybody got the assignment? You all know what you got to do? What's your 3-point leadership plan from all the things that we've been talking about today? I know a lot, but I've also been trying to make sure that you're thinking about your own leadership roles in wherever you are, in the university or in government or wherever it is that you find yourself now or in the future. Jackie, can I ask you to put us into random groups of 4 and then for us to come back in 20 minutes with our plans?
Yes, Tabo from IT is going to do that. Tabo, can you go ahead?
Thank you.
Well, sorry, I said groups of 4. So there needs to be 4 participants in each.
Jackie, I think Tabo's done groups of 18, 4 groups of 18 and not 18 groups of 4.
Yes, I'm going to call him now. Do you want? We'll close the groups and start them again.
Yeah, yeah.
I was kicked out of the breakout room and brought back
Yeah.
here.
And
Is that
brought
not-
back here as well. Yeah, same here.
I was also kicked
Apologies,
out.
I'm sorry,
apologies,
Dewan.
colleagues. I'm going to recreate the groups quickly. Apologies.
That's
It's
Okay.
okay.
Yeah.
And then I see we can't share the screen in the groups, neither is there an exclusive chat in the group.
Thank you, Grace. We'll sort that out.
Okay.
Hello, are we back?
Look.
Prof, are you fine?
Yeah, no, I'm fine, Tabo. I'm just speaking to somebody in the room with me.
Okay.
And I'm going to, when I left my room, because I'm done now with them, I'm tired.
Okay. Okay, no problem. I see we left you with 4 minutes now. Yeah, I
Yeah,
will
that's
just
perfect.
broadcast.
That's perfect. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you,
Thanks.
Tabo.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Networking. Which when you stay in this house, you can't get.
Colleagues, are we all back in the room? I have one closing
Yes, Professor.
I have one closing slide for us. I hope you had a fantastic conversation. I was in a room with 4 people and we went around and we made a plan. We spoke about accountability. I spoke about some of the things that I still want to do in terms of leadership and stepping up. But I want to show one final slide as we close. And the slide is about takeaways from this session. And one of the things that I love is I love speaking about leadership because I learn stuff while I'm speaking and while I'm reading. And I hope that you have today as well. So I'm not going to ask you for your 3-point plan, right? But I do want to make sure that you did at least cover this question of how will you ensure accountability? Do you have a mentor? Do you have a friend? Can you write it in your diary and put an alarm on that says in a month, I'm going to check to see how I'm doing? Because otherwise it just gets lost, right? There's so much that we've got to do and that's going on in our lives. So if I were to summarize, I've got 11 points to summarize. We all suffer from either imposter syndrome, we're not good enough, or arrogance syndrome, we think too highly of ourselves. And we've got to have neither. Because if we think we're not good enough, we won't step up. And if we think we're already good enough, we won't learn. And so please, can I ask you to lose both imposter syndrome and arrogance syndrome? Okay, or magical thinking about the fact that we can do anything. No, we can't. We might have some knowledge, but we can develop more skills, more networks, more resources. Leadership can be learned, but learning must be intentional. It's not going to happen if you just sleep with your head on Stephen Bartlett's book. It's not going to happen. You've got to read it, you've got to think about it, you've got to reflect, you've got to put it into practice. Identify where you need to grow, make a plan. It's the same point, really. Make a plan to grow as a leader. Put accountability mechanisms in place, taking ownership, and stop waiting for permission, because you have potential, you have a contribution to make. So take ownership of your contribution and put your hand up. Leadership isn't about a job title. You don't have to be called the CEO or the head of department or the research professor. It's about impact at whatever stage of your career you're at. That's really important. Build credibility and trust with your managers and with your peers. Be the person who they can trust, who does what they say they're going to do, have integrity, meet your deadlines, make your work excellent, not giving it to a manager because you know that they're going to edit it for you or improve it. So build credibility and trust with your peers and managers. And remember that you step up before you feel ready. Most of us never feel ready. So put your hand up and offer to help, to improve your skills, to learn. Stop asking for permission to contribute. Put your hand up in meetings, talk. And so one of the things today, colleagues, you weren't very talkative. I know that in the small groups you were talkative, but everybody seems to be very shy about contributing your ideas in a public space. I want to tell you that leadership is public. You have to learn how to contribute your ideas effectively and confidently in public. Because if you don't, Elon Musk is not going to put a brain chip in your brain and then connect it to everybody so we can hear what you're thinking. You have to vocalize your contribution. Now, again, you've got to speak not too much and not too little. You've got to find a sweet spot. And I often tell the story of Goldilocks and the Three Bears. You know, when Goldilocks broke in and she saw the 3 bowls of porridge, she didn't want the one that was too hot or the one that was too cold. She wanted the one that was just right, or the bed that was too hard or the bed that was too soft, but the bed that was just right. Stephen Bartlett uses the story of Goldilocks in his book as well. And then seek out stretch opportunities. Say to your line manager, I'm not very good at quantitative analysis, but I want to grow. Give me an opportunity to do something where I can practice and learn. Give me some opportunities to write a policy that will help us in our work for youth employment for young people. Be brave. And then finally, own your seat at the table. Colleagues, you are not just the future of our country's national system of innovation, right? You are our current brains trust. Without you, we are not going to do anything to solve the problems that we have of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. So you've got to own your seat at the table. I can't make you take your seat at the table. I can't open your mouth to contribute. I can't lift your hand for you to put up your hand to find stretch opportunities and to contribute. So stop asking for permission to contribute. Learn how to contribute your ideas effectively and confidently, and be brave. Be brave and be, what was the word that I used at the very opening session? Those of you who were there, be kind of, can anybody remember? This is a test of your ability to remember what I said. Be brave and be disruptive is one, but be consistent. That was the other thing that I said. Be brave and be consistent. That's all that I want to say. And I know that we are 10 minutes early, but actually I don't need to keep speaking. And so I'm very happy to hear a few closing comments, but I also know that Latricia is saying, please complete the evaluation survey. But thank you all very much for your time. I know it's Friday afternoon, but thank you for being here. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for engaging. I'm very pleased. Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you, Professor Swartz. I did attend your previous training, obviously, for our group in Triple E, but every time I learn new things or pick up extra nuggets and try to expand my leadership and my communication and taking my seat at the table, always putting a little bit closer to that table.
Thank you, Jackie.
Yeah, I don't see any hands, but people can just unmute if they want to.
I see lots of hearts and claps, so I'm feeling very loved. Thank you, everybody.
I see Judith has a hand up. Judith, go ahead. It's gone. Indicated?
Yeah. But please will you
Muted. I'm muted. Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
All right. Yeah, thank you so much for the insightful presentation. I mean, for me, it's long overdue because I've actually looked out for opportunities like this because it's not just enough to learn, dish out articles, write journals. It's time to stand up and take our place at the table. And I know it also requires more work, to do just a stepping stone. So, but the question I have is in terms of diversification. I don't know how to put it, pretty simple, but as an academic, there's this thing they talk about, jack of all trade. What can you say? Because in our time and age, it's not just sufficient to just be in the office writing journals. Can you just talk about one or two things as an academic? Can we really diversify into other things that are not academic related, and they will not see it as a form of the distraction or, doing something that's not
Yeah.
within the line of our profession. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Let me take the other question as well, and then I think Indepele, you've got your hand up to ask a question.
It's not necessarily a question. I just wanted to comment that when we were sharing in our group, I thought back to one of the things that I said was that I have an issue with imposter syndrome. So that's one of the things that I want to work on, because I spoke to a colleague of mine who said that her mentoring style is figuring out what the blockage is that is blocking you into becoming what you want to become and achieving your goals. So I remembered when you said that as I am in the stage of emerging academic, so being in a space with people like Shalene Swartz, who just told me she has 10 books, because what? Being in a space like that, when you get into academia, you feel very intimidated by being in a space with people like that. So you think, what if I say something and they just like put their nose up at me, or if that's even the expression. So thank you for that. And then you went back to it when you came back for the groups, and you said, I will not raise your hand for you, which yeah, I just wanted to comment on that and reflect on the fact that it's quite difficult. It's quite difficult to be an emerging academic, because it feels like everyone knows a lot. But then again, one of my basic values is that use the people you have, not use in the wrong sense, but like take the help that you're being offered. I always say, if you say, come to me anytime you need something, I will use that. I will very much use an invitation to ask for help. So thank you for that.
Somebody said it was 15 and not 10, right? My books. But I like your comment, because I also want you to be able to know that before I do media interviews, I am extremely nervous, and I have to try very hard to prepare myself for media interviews. I'm also very aware that even at this stage of my career, there's some things that I do very well, but there's also some things that I'm not very good at. And you'll ask my team, I've been involved in some coaching. I've been receiving coaching where they've given me feedback, and I've then told my team what that feedback is. Some of the things that I do that are, not great in my leadership journey, and some of the things that I do that are good. And I've tried to keep a really good balance between not thinking too much of myself, but also not thinking too little of myself. And it is a balance. The other question about, can you be a jack of all trades? And the thing I didn't speak about today, because it's another session, is how do you develop your expertise as a research leader? And in short, when I was a postdoc, my line manager was Andy Dawes. He said to me, what's your speciality? I said, youth. He said, no, youth and what? And I want you to come up with 3 things around youth and what, because if you've got a 20-year career, you can't just be interested in youth and work, right? You've got to have at least 3 areas that you're interested in, because 20 years is a long time. And so for me, it's youth and work, youth and moral values, and methodologies for doing better research with youth. Those are the 3 areas that I'm really interested in. And I have tried over the 20 years to develop expertise in those 3 areas, not in everything, because then I'm not an expert. Then I'm a generalist. And I think you must develop an academic speciality, 3 of them at least. But then you've got to become quite good at AI video making and presenting and managing your team, because those are all the things that you need in order to make sure that the 3 areas of expertise goes out into the world. So I think that you've got to be a generalist in managing people and leading, so that your research excellence can go out into the world. There are a couple more questions. Go ahead, Truth. Truth, go ahead.
Sorry. Afternoon, Professor. Am I audible now?
You are?
Yes. All right. Okay. So I just wanted to ask you on the issue of time management. How did you manage your time over the course of your career journey? Because I'm really inspired. So I wanted to ask, did your social life die at some point? Did your family time die? or did you have to find a balance? If so, how did you
Oh,
manage to manage your time over the course of your
brilliant.
career?
Brilliant question, Truth. So here's the thing. When I was just starting, I worked day and night all the time, weekends, and I never stopped. I remember that book that I spoke about earlier about Teenage Tata. I worked on it for 2 weeks, and I think I only slept every second night, right? Because I was so keen to get it out. But after a couple of years, I realized that two things happen. One, I can't bring my best if I'm always tired and if I don't have balance. And also, I get resentful. I start hating my job because all I do is work. And even though my work is so important and I think it makes a difference to our country and to our continent and to our world, I have to find a work-life balance. So I very quickly found a work-life balance. Now, when I was more junior, it was very hard to put it in place because if my boss phones me on the weekend or at night, then I have to respond. But when I became a boss, and I actually became a boss quite early, right? I became a senior research director in the HSRC after 4 years on the staff. I started putting that in place with my team. You can ask my team. I don't phone them at night. I don't phone them on the weekends. I try to make sure I don't overburden them. I don't give the same person 5 jobs. And so in one sense, Truth, you've got to become that boss, but also you've got to start saying it, talking back to your supervisors in a way that doesn't offend them, right? And I think that that's really important. You've also got to manage your manager. But I do not work at night and I do not work on the weekend, but I still get my 15 books out because I'm not resentful. I make time for gym and swimming and hiking. I make time for friends and family. And so I don't feel resentful. And so I find that I'm producing a lot more. Now, I have a boss in the HSRC, and I've often have to, push back and say, nope, not 6 o'clock tonight. How about tomorrow morning? And people actually take that quite well if you do it well, and if you're showing up in other positive ways, contributing, and not just demanding things, but giving things. Joshua, you're the last question.
Thank you so much, Prof.
Okay, pleasure. Joshua, you're the last question. Thanks for the clap, Inba. Go ahead, Joshua.
Thank you so much. You talked about we need to also preempt this area of changing systems in our society, which is not really tapped. And you mentioned that policy skills could be really good for one to hone. I just wanted you to re-echo or talk about how we can tap in doing research in social impact or social impact innovation policies, because most of the research, like in the sciences, most people talk about the science, the technology. Now AI has come, but sometimes we feel inferior, us who are coming with a social science background, who want to do research basically in the social impact innovation. So that's where I want you to talk about. Thank you so much.
So Joshua, I mean, it's a fantastic question, but it is the topic of another 2 or 4 hour seminar, because you're asking a few things. How do we influence policy? And, partly it's luck. One of the things that I often find is that when we go to Parliament to do presentations, often the parliamentarians say, oh, we're also going to be looking at school transport and we need a new policy. What do you know about it and can you help us? So often it just happens, right, in the networking. And that's why for me the networking issue is so important. But then you're also asking about how does the social sciences influence policy? And I like to be able to say that our work gives is the heart of some of these policies. It might not be the best thing to just give groceries to people when the social science research tells us that people who get money as a grant use the money far better. Only few people, use it on bad things like alcohol or drugs, but actually you give money to a woman in a poor context and they really use the money well because we've got all the social science evidence. So we've got a huge contribution to make to policy making, but how we make it, that really is the subject of another seminar. But thank you for your question. Okay, colleagues, I need to go and have a work-life balance now. Come on. Thank you all for your questions and for showing up and for your engagement. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Prof. And thank you to Tabo and Latricia for your assistance on the technicals. I hope everyone has a lovely afternoon.
Great. Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Prof.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh, organizers, we didn't take the picture as usually we did in the last days.
Yeah, well, we can definitely do that. The people
Well,
who
please put your camera on and we can take a picture. Yeah, go for it. Let me just check my hair. Come on, put your cameras on. We can take a quick picture. We just need one screen. Thank you, Sive. Thank you, Nusa. Come on, we need a few more pictures. Get a full screen of pictures.
Go ahead.
Sive is working in a hospital at the moment, but attending while he's in his hospital. So it's amazing. Thanks, Gerald. A few more. Put a few more cameras on, colleagues. Few more. Bertrand, Philip, Carabello, Deborah, Radia, Truth. Just for 1 minute. It won't eat all your data. I mean, it might. Okay, let's take this picture. Great, Nesserine, you're in the picture.
Yep, I got it. Cool.
Great. Take another one.
Thanks, everyone. Okay, another one. Let's do it. Smile.
Smile. Fantastic. Excellent. Great. Thank you all. Goodbye.
Bye.
IT, can you hear me?
Yes, Darren.
Oh, Natasha. IT, I please need you to make Natasha Saunders co-host. She's our technical facilitator for this afternoon. Thank you.
Done, Darren.
Thanks so much, Moses.
Sure.
Good afternoon, everyone. I noticed that our speaker has not yet joined, so let's allow another minute or two, and hopefully he'll join in that time. Thank you for being patient.
Darren, I was asking myself, what's happened now?
I don't know how that happened.
Okay.
You scared me.
Good afternoon, everyone, and
What a
welcome
way to start.
welcome to one of our final sessions of this academy. This session is titled Preparing Masters and PhD Proposals. I am Darren Wisgary from the Human Sciences Research Council, and I'll be chairing the session. We are also supported by my colleague, Ms. Natasha Saunders from the Human Sciences Research Council. Do you want to say hi, Natasha?
Hi everyone, are you able to see me?
Yes, we can. So today we have a very exciting presentation from a seasoned scholar, Dr. Nyawo Gumede. He's from Salt Lake University. His major interests are in public policy and public governance. He holds a PhD in public management and governance. His main fields of study are public policy and public governance, public service delivery, public management and service delivery, district development models, restructuring and privatization of state-owned enterprises, public sector reforms, local government. He presented more than 60 international and local conference papers and published more than 20 papers. Welcome, Dr. Gumede. I am handing over to you to lead us in the session.
Thank you so much for a wonderful introduction. I'm very happy to be with you. And I want to also thank my wonderful colleague, Dr. Vanessa. She is always trying to bring exciting things for us at the university. Thank you, Dr. Vanessa, so much for all your efforts.
It's a pleasure. You're welcome. Thank you. All the best with your presentation.
Thank you so
On
much.
behalf of the Human Sciences Research Council, welcome, Dr. Vanessa, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't know whether you are going to be sharing my presentation from that side.
I can, yes. Let me just quickly pull it up. Okay, it should be visible now.
Yes, I can see. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, colleagues, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to navigate with you this thematic frame, preparing a master's and a PhD proposal. These are very crucial stages of postgraduate studies, doing a master's and a PhD proposal. So I also want to thank HSRC for really coming up with this thematic frame. You can go. All right. So the main purpose of today is to ensure that all our attendees come to grips with knowing what a master's and a PhD proposal is. And then we are going to outline the most critical steps that are imperative when one is undertaking a master's and a PhD journey. And then finally, we are going to look at the most critical components of a master's and a PhD proposal. Thank you. A master's and a PhD proposal is a very important part of our studies. And what is it all about? It is a presentation of what you plan to do in the research and how you plan to do it. It is actually a critical document with essential features of your study and how you are going to conduct it, and it's also an outline of the details of the research project that you are about to undertake, including all the factualities and all the instrumentalities that lead to the attainment of the desired results. So a proposal reflects all of that. Actually, a proposal makes certain aspects of your plan. It ensures that you show a deep grasp of what you are going to study through the instrumentality of literature. It shows that your literature is well done and you are well conversant of what you are going to look at. And apart from that, it's very important as an instrument to check your competency on what you are about to study and what you're about to research. It's sort of a measure, a barometer that is utilized by yourself as a student and by your supervisors to enable them to check whether you are really ready for the journey you are about to take. It's an instrument of evaluation to check the feasibility of what you are going to study as well. Thank you. And it is important because it also usually has to have a reflection of what you are about, what you are going to accomplish, and how you are going to go there. Usually, it should be 2,500 words, but there's no limit to that, depending on each institution, and you really need to inform the reader of your proposal the main question that you are looking at and your understanding of it. A proposal also helps to depict the research gap that is germane within that research architecture, because you know that there may be building blocks of researches that have been done before, but sometimes it's very necessary to depict that research gap. And the research proposal is pivotal and preponderantly important to outline that research gap. You have to show that there's a research gap. And it is also very important institutionally, because it helps you to define the ethical standards and the requirements of the institution that you are going to be registered to. Thank you. However, as part of the most important steps that you must take when you are preparing to do a master's and a PhD proposal, it is very important to meet the requirements of that particular institution. You have to ensure that if you are registering for honors, for masters, you have an honors. If you're registering for a PhD, you have the relevant master's degree. It's something that you must do, you know, and apply to get provisional registration. Why? It's important. That step is very important, because then the university or the institution you are registering will be able to give you their PhD or master's template, which serves as a guide. And sometimes they even provide you with a provisional promoter. Thank you. There are things that you need to master when you are preparing a master's and a PhD proposal. What are the contents that you are going to put inside your proposal? Those contents must be very clear, must be very succinct, must be very scientific, and the objectives that you set your sight on must actually be very realistic. And you must always ask yourself, why must you be funded? If someone is sitting at NRF looking at your proposal, why exactly must they fund you? If someone is sitting at Anglo American, why must they fund you? If someone is sitting at HSRC, why must they fund you? If someone is sitting at Pick and Pay, why must they fund you? So it's important to have succinct, clear ideas, because you must always remember that someone sitting there to judge your proposal may not have the necessary expertise just like you. Therefore, state and justify your objectives very clearly. Make sure you answer the question on how the research is going to benefit the community broadly in the widest perspective. How is this research going to benefit? And it's very important also as far as your style is concerned. Your style must actually be punchy in terms of your title. Is your title really attractive? You need to state your title in such a manner that it attracts readers and it tallies well with your main objective. You need to create a structure that is very clear, short, and precise. And when writing sentences describing what you are writing about, the sentences must be very short and to the point. When necessary, use images and charts and diagrams. Why is it important to use short sentences? It's because you want the reader to clearly understand profoundly what you are proposing to do. Remember, it's a proposal. Thank you. It's also very important to take note of the process, because there are some administrative processes that actually take place for a proposal to go through. You need to identify a possible supervisor and check your idea. That is why you see that some universities, if you go to their websites, for every department, for any structure in the university or organization, they have the name of a lecturer and there's an attachment of his or her personal CV. Why? Because they do it so that when you are navigating to look for a master's and a PhD student, you will be able to identify, oh, okay, Professor Mkize or Professor Sean is relevant to my discussion. And allow yourself to be led. When you get a supervisor in drafting your proposal, be ready to accept the corrections or be ready to learn from them as well. Because I know that a lot of PhD students, a lot of master students, they feel that if they have got a particular topic, a provisional topic, they are so rigid that they don't want to stretch a second to some kind of dimension. Be flexible because you need ideas that can sell well, and stick to your guidelines and deadlines as well. Thank you. Now, what are the major components in any master's or research PhD proposal? You must have a title. You must have a title. What is it that you want to do? What is it that you want to study? Have a provisional title. Have an introduction. I'm going to discuss this in detail, but for now, I'm just outlining. It is the title that you have. It is introduction that you have. You should put a background which depicts what is it that you have. You must also depict the research problem. One of the main components is the area for motivation, justification, or the rationale. Okay, the purpose of the study, aims and objectives. Thank you. You also need to show the limitations of your study. That component is necessary, and a critical element of the proposal is literature review. Okay, you need also to show us, you need to write the research methodology area. Okay, you need to have a reference area as well. You also need to have chapters laid out as well. And you need to have a time frame and a list of activities that you are going to do. You also need a budget and, when necessary, appendices. Thank you. I see that what is the topic? It's not very clear on my side. I don't know whether it's clear on your side, okay? But it's not clear on my side. What is the topic you are researching on? What do you want to research on? You know, sometimes it's very important. Sometimes it's very important to look at what you want to research on, okay? You need to focus on a particular research area, coin up a research topic. However, I want to indicate that a research topic is not just a research title. It's not something that is fixed, something that you stick to. You may find as you go on, your title changes. So don't worry about what we call a provisional title. Thank you. What is your introduction? How do you introduce your topic to the reader? Because every reader must come to grips with your topic. Every reader must understand what you are trying to research on. So introduce it in the introduction. It's actually a glimpse of what we are going to see. Your introduction says to do that. Okay? Thank you. Do you have sufficient background information? I want to caution here. Don't come up with a topic that you do not have sufficient background on. That's why it's very important to navigate through information as you are coming up with your topic, so that you are in a position to give the reader a background that is sufficient for current and past information regarding that particular topic. Thank you. Here is the catch. Here is the catch. What is the research problem that you are researching on? You can't wake up one day and you want to study something that is not problematic. One professor used to say, what is the issue? What is the issue here? What are you trying to research on? Problematize the issue. Can we see that what you are trying to research on is a problem? Thank you. What is the rationale? Can you motivate why you want to undertake a particular research? What is the research gap? I want to caution those people who want to do masters and PhD today that the current global practice in terms of masters and PhD supervision is that a supervisor must ask you, what is the research gap that you want to fill in? The research gap that you're trying to fill in is an identified space in terms of study on something that has not been researched on. That is why you need to read broadly in the widest scientific sense before you come to a supervisor and you say, I want to write a proposal. They will ask you, what is the research gap? Why? Because you can't be writing on something that has been written about. So the research gap identification is your justification, is the rationale why you want to take or undertake a particular research proposal, a particular research journey. A particular research journey preponderantly is informed by the research gap that has been identified. Thank you. What are the aims of the study? What are the aims of the study? I want to emphasize this part. There is a confusion which permeates around a lot of researchers that the aims of the study and the rationale are the same. They are not the same. The rationale is the motivation. What is the rationale? Why are you undertaking this? Is informed by the research gap. Sometimes that is why you hear authors saying current literature borders around A, B, C, D, E. However, E, F, G has been negated by the current literature. In so doing, you are bringing out the research gap. You see, that is what informs you the purpose of the study. The objectives of the study are very important. Some people want to have main objectives and sub-objectives. It depends on how you put it. Thank you. It depends also on the template. But what I want to emphasize here is that when you write your research objectives, research objective A, B, C, research objective A, B, C should correspond symbiotically with research questions A, B, C. Your research question should correspond with your research objective. A. Your research question B should correspond with your research objective B. Your research question C should symbiotically correspond with your research objective C. D, E, F, as you may wish. When supervisors are looking for correspondence and symbiosis between your facts, they check that symbiotic code of relationship between your research questions and your research objectives. Okay, thank you. You then have a section called limitation of the study. What is the limitation of your study? Professor Ofisi at Northwest University, he is so clear with exclusionary and inclusionary criteria. What do you wish to include in your research? What do you want to exclude in your research? What is your exclusionary criteria? What is your inclusionary criteria? Because what you include should inform us about the scope and extent of your research. You know why? Research is very sweet, and it's sweetest as you go with it. As you get more literature on your topic, there is a tendency of being excited because you are discovering and unearthing and uncovering a lot of information. However, this is where scope, this is where discipline comes in. There are certain things you must just say, goodbye, no matter how sweet they are. Focus on the scope of your study. Thank you. Then comes the area that you must be very careful about. Literature review. What is the literature available on this particular topic that you're looking at? You get it where? In journals, in books, and sources. And I want to say to you, Dr. Vanessa would say, be careful of predatory journals, because you are going to use information that is in predatory journals and it's discovered, you fail. Use credible sources, use credible journals, use credible peer-reviewed journals that bring about credible information. Gather your literature. Literature is very important. In fact, what you must know is that you must know that any reader just sees whether you are able to undertake this research by the quality of literature that you have so far searched. So I can say literature review is the nuclear weapon that you have in your hands to win the war on a research proposal, because every reader wants to check, do you have up-to-date information which is not more than 5 years? Do you have the relevant sources? Because particular thematic frames, particular sub-themes, particular topics are covered by particular scholars, by particular institutions. So your supervisor and any other reader hemispherically will look into those to judge the authenticity and the relevance of your literature. Thank you. I put the word literature in red pivotally because literature can send a red flag easily to your supervisor, because if you fail to create a compilation and classifications of what other researchers have brought about in the same topic, what are you doing? Literature is what is known about your topic currently, theoretically or otherwise. Thank you. Check through the literature that has been covered by other scholars and see what is there currently. Because by so doing, even your research questions, even your research objectives, even your research gap is unearthed when you do intensive literature search. Thank you. What's very important, however, is that literature helps you to shed light into research gaps. It helps you to interpret the contributions that have been made by others and the relationship thereof as far as the information you are looking for is concerned, bearing in mind that the more voracious you become in unearthing more literature, the more light you have in discovering the research gap or gaps. Thank you. Literature also helps you to see the way forward. It also helps you not to duplicate what has been written around, or it also helps you to see the conflicts and the contradictions in your topic. There are thematic contradictions in terms of theoretical paradigm shifts in various disciplines. Literature helps you to unearth that. If you are doing a study in physics and you are doing a study in submarine creation or submarine building, you may want to know what Archimedes' principle of flotation says and what are the current theoretical frameworks as far as submarine movements are concerned. That you can get on literature. Thank you. Then what methodology are you employing? You know, what qualitative approaches are you going to use? What quantitative approaches are you going to use? Are you going to use mixed methods? Are you going to use interviews? Are you going to use surveys? Or are you going to focus on document study or document analysis? Or you will employ a mixture of all? Let me warn you here. A lot of students doing masters and PhD, they like to say, oh, I'm going to do mixed methodology. I'm going to do qualitative. I'm going to do quantitative. Okay. It's very important to also read what qualitative methods looks like, what quantitative methods looks like, what mixed methods look like. It's very important. Don't just, I know it's very sweet and very nice to write on paper about qualitative methods and quantitative methods. It's very important, and it's very important to distinguish why qualitative methods, why quantitative. If you pick up, for example, and you say, I am going to utilize non-structured interviews, the question is, why are you going to use non-structured interviews? What is the relevance of non-structured interviews to your topic? That's critical. It's very important to justify a particular methodology. By the way, you need to convince your supervisor that this is a doable study. Supervisors have already done quantitative and qualitative methods already. So the onus is new or on you to try to prove to us that I am going to use quantitative methodology because I'm looking at a topic in quantitative physics. I'm looking at the living standards of people of Afghanistan. Therefore, I'm going to use qualitative methods. I'm going to look at political culture in South Africa. I'm going to use qualitative methods. I'm going to look at population growth in DRC. I'm going to use quantitative methods. I'm going to look at the impact of satellite toxicology in space. I am going to use both quantitative and qualitative because to gather information on toxicity, satellite toxicity, I need to go to NESR and do interviews there. But I can also gather some statistics. You need to justify each and everything that you put in your proposal. I need to gather information on government gazettes concerning agriculture, document analysis. You need to justify why each and every method is employed in your research methodology. Thank you. References. Some examiners, before they even look at anything that you have written, they go to your references. If they find a 1972 reference, a 1906 reference, they want to check, is it followed up by a development on the same theory in 1982? They want to check, is it followed by another theory in 1990, in 2002? Is there a symbiosis in your references? Are you giving us information that is up to date? Of course, like I've said, if you read about Archimedes' principle of flotation, which stipulates that the volume of water a ship displaces is equivalent to its density, right? It's a theory that was propounded long time back. But if you go to ship and submarine building today, probably there are other theories. So readers, they want to see the relevance of a particular theory. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. It's an old theory, but is it relevant on your theoretical framework? Is it peer-reviewed? That's what's very important. You need to use peer-reviewed knowledge. In summary, you need to use credible sources. You need to use credible sources. And on your proposal, ensure that you don't just put references that you haven't used. Put references of documents that you have used, because other examiners are very particular. Use up-to-date sources as well, and reference all sources, because plagiarism is not allowed. It's unethical in terms of ethical standards of institutions and universities. Thank you. And then, what is your chapter layout? What is your chapter layout? How are your chapters going to look like? You need to have a picture of how your chapters are going to look like. What are you going to cover in chapter 1? Are you going to cover topic, introduction, abstract, background? How are you going to introduce your topic? Are you going to do your literature in chapter 2? Are you going to do your research methodology in chapter 3? Are you going to do your data analysis and research findings in chapter 4? Are you going to do your conclusion in chapter 5? Are you going to do your recommendations in chapter 6? Are you going to include a chapter called Way Forward in chapter 7? It depends on how you want to structure your study. That is why it's key and preponderantly important to do a navigation of other theses that have been written before, so that you are at peace with the number of chapters that you are going to utilize. Because that map should stay in your encephalon as you go through your proposal. Chapter 1 to 7, chapter 1 to 6, even other scholars that are gregarious, they go to chapter 8. I've seen a proposal which stipulated that the guy was going to go to chapter 9. And when I asked, how do you go to chapter 9? He explained how he was going to do that. But maintain the standards of a particular institution. Different institutions and different organizations in different countries are legislatively governed in terms of what a scholar may do and what a scholar may not do. Thank you. A. What is the time frame of your degree? Huh? We don't want ancestral degrees here. What is the time frame of your activity? What is your time frame and what are the activities you are going to do? Put that in mind every second of your life. We don't want ancestral degrees. There is what is called ethical clearance. Ethical clearance, it lapses. So if you are going to keep yourself delayed, some students in particular segments of our society have a tendency of, I'm putting my studies on hold. You put your studies on hold. This time, there is a thing called ethical clearance. It lapses. You have to redo it again. So once you establish your time frames, please stick to it. Please stick to your registration dates and your completion dates, because you must graduate in or on record time. It's very important, because the ethical clearance is a license, but it lapses. So don't delay. Put that framework and stick to it. Always refer back to it. And where possible, put it as your picture on your cell phone. Thank you. Then the issue of money. What is your budget? Because NRF cannot fund you if you don't show them how much you need, how you are going to utilize it. HSRC the same, governments the same, NGOs the same, universities the same. They want to see your budget and how you are going to utilize it. They want to see how you are going to utilize the funds. It's a criminal offense to write how you are going to utilize a particular budget that has been legally given to you by an institution, and you do the opposite. So it's very important for you to stick to the budget and the budgetary activities that you have stipulated. One thing critical, the budgetary activities must be in line with your topic, must be in line with your methodology. If you said you are going to do structured interviews in Mlazi, you must go to Mlazi. If you say you're going to do interviews in Mafikeng, you must go to Mafikeng. If you say you are going to do interviews in Guguletu Langa and Kailicha, you must go. If you said you were going to go to Brussels, you must go and produce in your appendices the receipts and the financial statements on how you have used the budget. Thank you. Thank you so much for giving me some ears. It's time for your questions, and everyone is free to ask and help us with answers as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that very interesting presentation, Dr. Gumede. I'd like to invite questions. Are there any hands? Please raise your hand and I'll call on you to ask your question.
Darren, there's about 7 questions from the various participants.
Okay, in the chat.
It's
Let
in
me
the
just
Q&A
in the
box.
Q&A.
Yeah.
Okay. So Dr. Gumede, the first question we have is from Nokonwaba, and she's asking, what is a provisional promoter?
Sorry, I didn't get that one. What is a what?
What is a provisional promoter?
Oh, what is a provisional? Okay. Thank you for that. Provisional promoter. Would you want me to answer them like that, or can I take 5 and then answer 5?
Okay.
Or what do you prefer?
Whichever you prefer.
Okay, can I have at least 5 questions? I'm
Okay.
looking at our time as well.
Okay, so we still have quite a bit of time. Our session is scheduled to end at 4.
Ah, okay. All right, so I can do one by one.
Okay. So what is a provisional promoter?
Thank you so much. What is a provisional promoter? A provisional promoter is a promoter that yourself you have identified on the website of a university, and you have seen a professor or a doctor who has done topics in your interest, and you approach them informally and you say that I want to do a master's, I want to do a PhD in this particular area. Would you be interested in assisting me? And they will tell you that they have no official relationship with you unless you are registered, unless you are provisionally registered. When you are provisionally registered, they also indicate to you that you can indicate to the in your application that you have done some provisional preliminary discussion with me. And then depending on the structure of the department, when all proposals are submitted for master's or PhD, they will be able to say, we can designate Professor Mkhize provisionally for you to deal with. But a provisional promoter is also known officially by the department. Is somebody that they give you on a provisional basis, on the basis of that particular individual's expertise. Is there a relationship between the expertise of this particular person with you? And then as you synchronize your ideas together and the supervisor accepts that, no, I think I can supervise you, then the supervisor can indicate to the head of department that, yes, that student that you indicated I must assist to assist at topic level. Remember, you are just navigating on creation of a viable provisional topic. That's a provisional supervisor. It's not your actual supervisor. But practically speaking, the provisional supervisor ends up being your main supervisor. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next question is from Regina Banda, but I've noticed that your hand is raised. Regina, please unmute and ask your question.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. Thank you for this beautiful opportunity to learn. I think that question still stands. I wanted to understand what you actually then mean by limitations, because I thought maybe you can put the limitations only after you have done the study. That's the first question. And the second question is, please clarify the key differences between the literature that you cite in the introduction or background and the literature that you then do in literature review, because I've been having a gray area problem in that, where you then get confused on what exactly it is that you're supposed to include in the literature review that differs from the background, because I then thought there's a lot of repetition that comes from it. So I'm thinking it's because of the lack of knowledge of what is the difference. And then the third question is, how do I differentiate problem statement contents and the justification contents? Because, like I said again, you then still tend to think that the problem statement is also identifying the literature gap that you're or the research gap that you're supposed to cover, and the justification also does that. So how do I write these segments in a concise and succinct way so that it all makes sense? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Regina.
Very, very good questions. 1, 2, 3, 4 questions. If I can, if I've managed to delineate that very properly. What are the limitations? You said you thought, oh, this one you can put it at the end. This one you must indicate it right there in the proposal, because you need to indicate the scope of your study. You need to indicate the scope of study from the beginning. And also, this is primarily important for the founders. The founders want to really know to what extent are you going to utilize their finances. They want to know. The founders, they want to know, practically speaking, where does your riches touch and where does it earn? They want to really know, is it in tandem with their project plan? That's why you need to put a limitation on that. You need to clarify quite crystal clearly, my research scope is A, B, C, D, E, full stop. Because there is a tendency, if outside funders, there is a tendency that as you do your literature review, let me tell you something, literature review is the most sweetest part of research. Once you master it, your mind network is able to unearth equally relevant information on literature review quite broadly. That's where limitations come in. We should stop being ambitious. We discipline ourselves by putting the limitation of the study. If you are studying, for instance, the impact of climate change funding in KwaZulu-Natal, in Jozini district, your research is primarily limited to climate change funding in KwaZulu-Natal, in Jozini district. Clearly indicate that in your limitation. You are not going to talk about Richards Bay. No. You are not going to tell us about Durban. No. You are not going to tell us about climate change funding in Johannesburg. It's very important to delimit your study. In other words, keep it. Research is very interesting. As you unearth information, you unearth more. So you need to limit it and say, my research starts here and ends there. That's why limitations are supposed to be indicated in the proposal, particularly for funding reasons. Oh, for funders, if you are outside the scope of their funding, sorry, they won't fund you. Okay. What is this trick? I like your question, ma'am. There is a trick here on literature that you put in the background and literature that you majorly put under the title literature review. What is the trick? Because you are saying that in most cases, people find themselves repeating it. The literature in the background is repeated in the literature review section. What is it? I will answer you this way. Literature that you put in the background should be succinctly delineated by you. You must delineate information, literature that you call a glimpse. A glimpse. A glimpse is not everything. All right? And then major literature, you are going to put it under the literature review section. In other words, it's a continuum that begins with the background. But however, ensure that the information, the literature information that you utilize in the background is not repeated in the literature review section. So it's a continuum, it's a continuation of literature. However, don't repeat it. Ensure that you don't repeat it. All right? Then you said the statement of the problem and the justification section, the rationale, with particular regards to the research gap. What is it? What is the trick? The trick is simple. The problem statement simply wants you to tell us what is the problem. Full stop. What is the problem? In other words, some people call it statement of the problem. Can you briefly tell us the statement of the problem? What is the problem? What do you see as the problem that warrants research? Okay? What do you think is the problem that warrants research? And then you say there's a confusion again in outlining what is the research gap with particular regards to justification. Because the same problem is the one that you must manipulate again in extrapolating the existence of a research gap. You see, what is the problem? And then what is the research gap? The language you use, Regina, is different. Okay? The language you use is different, and it depends on the fact that has that problem been researched before. If the problem has been researched before, there's no research gap there. So you can outline that there's a problem of poor service delivery, all right? In Constantia Park, there's a problem of poor service delivery in Constantia Park, but there's no research gap there because the literature that has been done already has covered everything. There is no research gap there, but there is a problem. You can write a statement of the problem, which, however, does not link to the research gap. A research gap is the kind of problem that you say, having looked at all the literature that has been extrapolated by and elucidated by a plethora of scholars, still there is this thing that is still lacking. Let me give you a practical example. Various studies have been done on restructuring and privatization of state-owned enterprises globally. The pivotal focus of scholars that have done the impact of restructuring privatization on state-owned enterprises, guess what? Pivotally and fundamentally was geared preponderantly at enhancing financial performance. You see, focused on how to improve state-owned enterprises' financial performance. Most of the studies, improvement, financial performance, improvement, Eskom must improve, Telkom must improve financial performance. Then you will see little studies have been done on how to empower employees to cushion them against cost-cutting measures. So as you write, there are problems in state-owned enterprises. It's a problem, right? But you have identified a key problem on the impact of cost-cutting measures on employee layoffs. So when you are justifying your topic, when you are writing on the rationale, highlight what studies have done and what they have not done. What was not done is the research gap. In other words, using this particular case study, you will say various studies have been done on privatization, restructuring of state-owned enterprises. However, they've, in majority of instances, focused on how to enhance organizational financial performance to maintain financial viability of those state-owned enterprises and win them off government financial support. However, there are very few studies that have focused on the impact of cost-cutting measures on women in middle management jobs. You see, specificity, touching on a specific problem that has not been researched. You know, researchers have researched broadly and widely, but there are certain minute areas that they've not touched on. If you look at climate change, majority of studies, climate change funding, climate change financial corruption, okay? But you will see there's an element of climate change impact on smallholder farmers, right? So you have to pinpoint what has not been researched. And it's easy to do that when you've done your literature widely. So then that small part that you say, this one has not been researched, it is the research gap. And the research gap identifies a specific area that you want to focus on. And funders will say, oh yes, this one has not been funded before. Then it can be funded. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gumede. So our next questions are from Mamokete. Mamokete wants to know, how do you formulate your research problem and question? What is the difference between the rationale, purpose, and objective? And are they all compulsory in your proposal?
That's a very good question. And it links very well with what Regina had asked. Yeah. Research question. Research question, research objective. Before I discuss anything, I want to say to you, maintain a clear symbiosis between your research objective and your research question. Okay? And I want to say the two are compulsory. Without them, there's no research. Okay? A research question is what you are asking to research on, is what you want to research on. The main objective of this research is to examine drug abuse in Mlazi, KwaZulu-Natal. The main objective of this research is to examine drug abuse in Mlazi. The main objective of this research is to examine the extent of drug abuse in Mlazi, KwaZulu-Natal. That's the main objective. What is the tandem research question? The research question is, what is the extent of drug abuse in Mlazi, in KwaZulu-Natal? Do you see the symbiosis? There should be a link, a complete link. The main objective of this research is to examine the extent of drug abuse in in Umlazi, Durban. The main objective of this research is to examine the extent of drug abuse in Umlazi, Durban. Research question: what is the extent of drug abuse in Umlazi, Durban? So there's a symbiosis there. Your question and your objective must link together. There should also be a doing word when you are asking your question. There should also be a doing word when you are doing your objective. A doing word, you know? So that's how it is. So I always caution ambitious researchers for masters and PhD. Depending on your topic, don't have so many research objectives. Okay? Depending on your topic, just be moderate with your research questions, because your research questions must symbiotically link with the research objectives. Okay? If this one I've given you, the extent of drug abuse in Umlazi, it sounds more qualitative. Let's look at a more quantitative one, quantitative research question. The objective of this research is to examine the demographies of youth unemployment in KwaNongoma. The objective of this research is to examine youth unemployment demographies in KwaNongoma. Right? That's a research question. That's your research objective. What is your research question? You have to write it. What are the demographies of youth unemployment in KwaNongoma? There should be a link, and your link, if I were to use broken English, must be talking. There must be a talking link between your research question and your research objective. Your examiner must not struggle to locate your research question and your research objective. And I want to say summarily, research questions, research objectives are compulsory because they are the engine of your study. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gumede. Our next questions come from Lufono. So Lufono's asking some very interesting, maybe a bit difficult questions here. But firstly, what happens if the area I want to study has no peer-reviewed material? And then they go on further to say, I'm not sure I understand the part of convincing the supervisor of why this method. Does the supervisor have a role to play in helping me to finalize my proposal? Or must the student work alone until reaching an acceptable proposal that can be submitted? Also, if the supervisor is not convinced, does it always mean that the student is wrong?
Oh, sorry. All right. What happens if my research topic has no peer-reviewed material? Typical of scientific research, very typical of scientific mathematical research, physics research, aeronautical research. Yes, it happens that there are no materials. Okay. Are we okay now?
Yes, sorry, it was our IT that was not muted.
Okay.
My apologies for that.
All right. What happens if my research has no peer-reviewed material? Okay, I want to say that nothing on this planet has never been studied before. Okay? There is always a peer review information somewhere about a particular element. Because remember, research is about creating knowledge that is scientific broadly in the widest sense. Research is a process of creating knowledge that is scientific broadly in the widest sense. Everything that is on this planet Earth, engineering, humanities, social science, politics, most of the things have been researched. But what we have are add-ons which result in new creations of knowledge, right? New developments, but it doesn't mean that there were no developments before, all right? You can create new submarines today, but submarines have been created long time back. So there is always peer-reviewed information on any aspect of knowledge in life. There is somewhere where particular knowledge is developed. I can give you an example of the guy, the guy that is in the news because we live in a constitutional democracy. We can quote that because we see it on news. So he can't sue me and say now he wants some money from me. There's a guy, I won't mention his name, who has got a lawsuit about a particular company regarding a particular invention which they have made for it, and the company is in very permeable industries, you know, and he was recently in court, you know, and the issue went on and on. He or she claims that he or she has discovered something, okay? But I want to go back to the question of peer-reviewed. What is peer-reviewed about that thing that the inventor is talking about? Is the method, is the tool that they have. But what is not new is that such things have been existing, you see. So anyone wants to write about that, they start with the background of things that have been there, peer-reviewed, and then they can go on to their new invention. Okay, it's a new invention, but it has got a background where it is coming from. So every information that we have, every knowledge that we have, it has been anchored somewhere, somehow, by existing knowledge. And that is the existing knowledge we want you to write in your literature review. Even if you talk of Pythagoras theorem, that a squared is equal to c squared and b squared in brackets, Pythagoras theorem. Before Pythagoras, there were other theories. So those theories before Pythagoras, which are mathematical, are the ones that you peer review. Okay? For those who are doing sociology, they will know that there are so many theories that are arising. Max Weber, the Weberian model, for example, Max Weber, if you want me to say that. Max Weber invented the theory on hierarchy of authority. He described the theory of hierarchy of authority quite clearly. But before him, there was Frederick Winslow Taylor, who discussed scientific management theory. Okay? Max Weber says, okay, there is scientific management theory which talks about how we can manage organizations scientifically and effectively. Max Weber said, no, it is about authority. He talks about hierarchy of authority, right? And if you look at the same theory again, in the same line, Orsbonia and Khibla, he've talked about the entrepreneuring spirit of management. Entrepreneuring spirit of management. He wrote about it in 1992. But if you look at the same theory again, currently, new public governance, it talks about networking, you know? So you develop a theory over another theory. Knowledge is discovered, however, it develops on top of other knowledges. Those are the peer reviews we are talking about. What about the role of the supervisor? I laugh when when he or she said, should what the supervisor say go? I'm using today's language. Is it what we take and throw away mine? Or is the word of the supervisor final? Yeah, okay. I just need to be frank with you here. Okay? If you check Aristotle said, knowledge depends on the knower. Knowledge depends on the knower. In this particular case, you are contributing to knowing. Okay? But the knower in your discipline is the supervisor. He is the knower. In other words, he knows. So he guides you through and through. The knower has to guide you through and through. Okay? The knower has to guide you through and through. It is his responsibility to guide you. But his responsibility is not to spoon feed you. Right? He guides you through and through from the topic. I can tell you that, like I said to you in the beginning, don't be afraid of the topic you want to talk about. Don't. Because the knower will help you prune it. And then you will know what you want to know best. Yeah, let me put it that way. You will know what you want to know best through effective interaction with the supervisor. Both of you, the project is yours. I always tell my PhD students and my master students, we are together in the boat, okay? But you have to do more. I have to give you the navigator, okay? To do more, give you the navigator, okay? So simply put, the supervisor is there to support you and to guide you, okay? But you have to do more. When he says, bring this, bring it. When he says, change this, change it. Why? Because he knows more. The university will never allocate you someone who doesn't know. It will be unethical to do so. So the supervisor knows. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Gumede. Lufuna has a third question, asking, should the student conduct a full literature review before writing a proposal? And what is the required level of intensity?
Okay. A proposal is an official document of the university. It is a relationship between you, the researcher, and the university, governed by university ethical standards. You can do your literature review for knowing purposes, but it's unofficial. You cannot conduct your literature review and say that it's now official when it's not guided. No, that doesn't work. You have to do literature review for a proposal for master's and PhD purposes.
Is it me or?
Sorry about that.
All right. I was saying we work on official basis here. Who is going to award the degree? Northwest University. Who is going to award the degree? University of Western Cape. All right? Therefore, any literature that is discovered, that is written unofficially without them, null and void. Okay? Literature must be guided by a scholar approved by a university, and it becomes approved literature review. Okay? However, it doesn't mean that when you are thinking about doing your master's or PhD topic, you mustn't read around. You read around and you go bounce those ideas with an officially appointed supervisor. Then it's official. Okay. Literature review must be guided by an officially appointed university supervisor. You can only do literature review completely and officially under the auspices of a recognized supervisor by a department of a university or an institute. And then it is only then that it is acceptable for official proposal purposes. Other than that, you are just reading books and writing notes. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have a question from an anonymous participant. Why is it said that when you have a hypothesis, there is no need for a research question or objectives?
Okay. Democracy is very nice, right? People can choose to be anonymous. But research is scientific as well. So, all right, let me answer anonymous this way. Why is it not necessary to have research questions and research objectives when you've got a hypothesis? What is a hypothesis? That's the most important question, right? You are with a hypothesis, you are saying to us, this is what I want to go and research about. However, I think that it is going to turn out like this. All right? This is what I want to go and research on, but I think it's going to turn around to be like this. And I want to prove to you that this is how it is going to turn around. Okay? It's like these people who put a rabbit in a box and it turns out into something else and they put it back. That's a hypothesis. So when we say put research questions and put research objectives, you can, instead of that, put a hypothesis, because that guides us into what you want to achieve and how you want to achieve it. When you say the main objective of this research is to examine the influence of drugs in Empangeni High School. Okay? And then your research question says, what is the impact of drugs at Empangeni High School? All right? You are sort of telling the reader, this is what I want to look at. And essentially, a hypothesis is a framework of your research. It guides your research. That's why if you have a clear hypothesis, there may not be a necessity for you to write the research questions and the research objectives. But I always advise that you need to have both, because a hypothesis is just 3, 4, 5 lines paragraphically, and it may not be as clear as possible to the reader and yourself as well. That's why you need to have a hypothesis plus a set of research questions and a set of research objectives. The reason is also practically this way. Each research question that you have attracts a lot of information against it. In fact, when you are structuring your chapters, you can structure your chapters according to your research questions. You see? So practically speaking, in a PhD or a master's, it is essential. While you may have your hypothesis written in a paragraph, you may also need to write your research questions clearly and your research objectives very clearly, because they guide you. In fact, even after your PhD, if you've got 4 research questions, you have got 4 research publications, because to each research question, there is a publication. In other words, to each research question, you've answered it, Mus. You've answered it. You've written voraciously and widely about it and on it in your thesis. So if you've got 4 research questions, you have got clear 4 research articles. Hence, it's necessary to write those research objectives and research questions. Thank you, Anonymous. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Our next question is from Lillian. I'm about to apply for PhD. I've drafted the research concept document for application purposes, not the full proposal. May you please touch on this research concept for application purposes? I want to know how to make it more appealing and lead to provisional acceptance.
Okay. Yeah. Let me start by saying, when you see yourself being asked to present a concept document, they want to look for expertise. They want to check around the department where you are applying to say that, do we have expertise in the department? They want, firstly, they want to check that. Secondly, if they identify a possible supervisor, they want to give your concept to the supervisor, to the prospective supervisor, to the provisional supervisor. But when a person is handling your document and you don't know them officially, they are allocated to this concept document. They want to do it. That's what the department wants to do. Now, for your concept document to be accepted easily, I want to use the word I've used in the presentation. I used the word punchy. 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 Your topic must be very attractive. It must be punchy. Okay? In other words, it must be succinct and up to the scientific point of what you want to research on. Don't put big topics that are very cumbersome to master, you know? Concise, precise topic. And how to do that? Try to go around, because you say you want to do a PhD, right? And you want to, they've asked you to supply a concept document. Also try to look at 2-3 PhDs before you write your concise document on a topic that is more or less similar to yours. It's not harmful as well to look at 2 master's research documents already. Just see how it has been structured. But the whole point is understand what you want to present to someone else. In other words, you are asking, can you accept me? And the clear criteria to be accepted is to write a clear and concise topic. In other words, a concept document, they are trying to ask for a mini proposal. They want you to put a preliminary provisional topic and write something about it, because the provisional supervisor or the would-be supervisor wants to understand exactly what you want to do. So tell them what you want to majorly do. What is the preponderant idea in your encephalon? What is the preponderant idea that you want to research on? That is what must overarchingly and crystal clearly appear repeatedly in your concept document, so that the person will know this is what you want to study. In other words, be short, precise, and up to the point and punchy. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another question from an anonymous participant. How does a student deal with delayed feedback from the supervisor that will affect the project timeframe?
Thank you so much for that question. This question is very simple and straightforward, and it's both sides. the supervisor and the student, they work together, okay? So the student must always keep a record of her requests or his requests for feedback from the supervisor. If a student sends a proposal today, they must maybe in 3 days follow up with the supervisor. Dear supervisor, I am just following up on my proposal. Okay? It is the same thing also with supervisors as well. Supervisors also follow up with an email because they are leaders in each and every department that are tasked with the responsibility to check progress of the students. So the student must be able to have email proof to say, I sent my document on this particular day, but I feel that I am delayed. But then you must have documentary evidence to that effect. You know, a student must always keep a record of their polite request to their supervisor. Dear supervisor, I'm just doing a follow-up on the proposal that I've sent to you. Then that record is very important. You know, of course, you know, there are some students who are very fast, you know, in what they are doing. And they also forget that the very same supervisor perhaps is also a lecturer who has got classes to undertake and has got other students. So they give a proposal today, tomorrow they want it, you know. So there should be some kind of understanding. But I think the bottom line is both the supervisor and the student must keep a record of their communication. It's very important. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got a question from Nomsa. When budgeting for a research study, is there a guideline on how to cost each activity or estimate an overall cost?
Thank you so much for that question. It depends on the institutions, okay? For example, if you are to be funded by Anglo-American, okay? They just need you to give them a proposal with your financial requirements. However, they give you a cap to say, we can fund research activities up to 300,000. So you have to keep your activities like travel, interviews, you know, questionnaire creation, editing, and all that within that budget. Okay? And as far as I know, I have not seen a university that gives a template on how to spend the funding. They rather probably tell you that for travel, we limit it up to this much. It's up to you to design according to your methodology. Because this money essentially is for your methodology. You know, it's for your methodology. It's how you are going to acquire data. So it's up to you to create an Excel document where you say traveling, you put the frequency and the amount. Mode of transport, you put the frequency and the amount, right? For copies like that, you know, for accommodation like that, you know. And sometimes you need to go to a mine, you know, and you need to stay at the mine for 5 days, 6 days before you can see mine workers coming out. So you need to indicate all of those things together. And then you put the prices there. But the prices are just estimates. Of course, nowadays, they will say, just give us a quotation for the airlines, for the buses, you know? You have to do that. They also know that there is a possibility of 5 to 7% inflation. So, yes, as far as I can remember, I have not seen an institution which gives you a template. But What I know they will give you is the limit of the amount that they can be able to give to you. And it's up to you how you use that. And on the appendices, as I've said earlier, you will need to attach all those things. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have a related question from Jack. Jack asks, what happens if you over budget? Do you have to pay back the money?
Simple. If you over budget, you don't get the money. Because you indicate your budget on the proposal which has not been given out. Yeah, you don't get any money, full stop. Because when they request the budget, the proposal with a budget, they have not paid you. They will say, sorry, you are over the budget. They don't pay you anything. Thank you.
And then we have a question from Muriel, 2 questions. Can one change their research topic after being accepted into a master's program? And then is it possible for one to change the research proposal while busy with their master's?
Oh, sorry, you were cutting.
So Muriel asks, can one change their topic after being accepted into the master's program? And is it possible to change the research proposal while busy with their master's degree?
I'll start with the last one. You can't be busy with a master's whose proposal has not been accepted. There's a proposal committee. There's a postgraduate committee that looks at your proposal. Once your proposal is accepted, happy and lucky you continue with your master's. Okay? So that's why I'm starting with the last one. You know? So there's no need of changing it. It has been accepted, right? If your proposal has been accepted, you are given a green light. The next stage is ethical clearance. Okay? So there's no need, you can't change this one. You see? Unless you want to say, I want to start afresh, although you guys have accepted my proposal, I no longer want it. which is very very rare. Okay? Because students struggle to get their master's proposal accepted. So once it's accepted, it's doable. Okay? Then under what circumstances can a student change their topic? They change their topic when the proposal committee find it not doable. Because the proposal committee can sit down and say, no, this one is not doable. They examine it. Or they can say, and you know, when they say, the proposal committee says, this proposal is not doable, they are okay. They're being nice to you, you know, because they're saving you time. For example, I sit in a postgraduate committee where there is a professor there who says, look, me, I just look at your bibliography. You know, your bibliography tells me a lot. And I will tell you whether to go on with the proposal or not. And he or she is very correct. Because they reject your proposal there and there because he or she will have seen that it's outdated. That's one. And secondly, it's not doable. By the way, professors, they know a lot, they are experienced. Okay? They are knowers, they know. So outrightly, they can reject your proposal by merely looking at how it looks. Okay? In that instance, you can change the topic. That is the instance where you can change the topic. Changing topics unceremoniously depicts instability of mind, and no one will want to supervise you. You can't change your topic today, change your topic tomorrow, you know? you need to pursue a particular topic, allow the legislative processes of the department or the faculty to take place. It must go through the proposal committee. Remember, you will have worked with the supervisor, right? You'll have worked a lot with the supervisor to prune it, to clear it. Okay? And then it goes to the proposal committee, in which case you have worked with the supervisor. So, in some cases, your supervisor is there when the adjudication is taking place to say this is correct or not. In some cases, there are generous universities, they say, no, let him or she, let him sit there, you know, so that he can hear for himself or herself what are the pitfalls in this proposal. Then they can hear it. They can get the feedback quietly sitting there, and they take it to the student and say, now we can change the topic. Those are circumstances that are officially acceptable to change your topic. Thank you.
Thank you. Another question from an anonymous participant. May I please have clarity between a research problem and a research statement? Are these two concepts used differently, as I already assume a statement could be shorter in length? Another thing, what exactly is the formal length of a research problem? And do we include examples of the actual problem? Lastly, can a couple of related problems be put together while describing the research problem?
Okay. Research problem and research problem statement, right? A research problem statement is asked initially by Regina in the earlier on. A research problem statement, sometimes they call it problem statement. What is the problem statement of the research? Some say, what is the research problem statement? It depends on what they want to use. It is the overall research issue you are looking at. What is the issue? Okay, what is the issue? Professor Dutoy would say, do you have an issue here? Problematize it, and that is your problem statement. When you have an issue, problematize it. Make an issue sound like a problem, and then you write it. That's your research problem statement. Professor Dutoy would clearly tell you that. That's the simplest way at arriving at a research problem statement. Professor Hilomi would also say the same thing. Would say, what is the issue that you are looking at? Identify an issue that you are looking at. Then problematize the issue to show us that there is need for research in that issue. But at this level, you are just identifying the issue. Identify the issue. Hey, you identify the issue. For example, you say, hey, there is high teenage pregnancies in Khalishiwe High School. Okay? What is the issue? What is the issue? Teenage pregnancies. Okay? But problematize it. Teenage pregnancies, it is an issue which is there. Problematize it. Prof. Dutoy would say, tell us it's a problem. How do you tell us it's a problem? High teenage pregnancies. Okay, so in your research, in your problem statement, teenage pregnancies in Khalishiwe from the period 2001 to period 2010 has increased in Kimberley. You are describing. But That alone is not it's an issue. Problematize it. High teenage pregnancies. In terms of ratio, you have problematized it. Okay, then you are now going to your research question. Okay, and your research objective. Then you say the aim of this research is to examine high teenage pregnancies at Khalishiwe High School. What is the research question? The research question is, what is the ratio of teenage pregnancies in Khalishiwe? The main objective is to examine the ratio of high teenage pregnancies in Khalishiwe. It's different from doing a paragraph of explaining what is the statement of the problem. I like it when Prof. Mare would say, it's a statement of the problem, it's a paragraph that you do on top. But the research problem and the research objective, it's one line. That one you have to describe it a lot, but this one, you put it in a question form and you put it in an objective one-line form. That's the difference. Is there a limit on the length? No, there is no limit. But universities and institutions, they have got their ethical standards on the length of everything. You know, and you know when they put the length of everything, let me just tell you, but it's conflict of interest, but I'm proud of it. I have to mention it. Okay, it's my university. One of my professors has seen that students were struggling to come up with a proposal, and you know what he did? He simply took a proposal and he put the length of how it must be. You see, on literature review, you would say perhaps just put 900 words. You know, on conclusion, just put 400 words. And it's an itemized proposal. I won't mention but I will mention the name of the professor because he's done a good thing. He is my professor. I'm a lecturer, so it's not a hidden secret. The guy is Prof. Pierre Hubert. Prof. Pierre Hubert has seen that students were struggling to come up with proposals, and he decided to sit and itemize a proposal. His proposal is one of the best proposals I've ever seen because it's itemized. He tells you, what is your topic? What is your statement of the problem? How much words should you put? So for us as supervisors, you know how simple it is. I can simply say to this student, this week, I want to see topic. I want to see your introduction. I want to see your background, full stop. And Prof. Hubert has put the number of words that you must stick to. So it depends on the university, and it's done mostly to make life easier for students to progress rather than to stay in one place. Because imagine if you don't know the limit of the words of your introduction or on your abstract or on your literature review, you're going to think, maybe let me write voluminously, then I'm the best. Prof. Pierre Hubert has itemized it and he has put a limit. But I'm saying it's not universal. It depends on each university, university by university. I think SPU is the best proposal for masters. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gumede. So are you advertising SPU's proposal format, or are you saying that we should study at SPU?
I think I can say to you, please call Prof. Hubert and ask him, show us what a simplified master's proposal looks like. We find it as supervisor. Okay, we don't tell him, he's our boss, we meet every day, but we don't tell him. But as we discuss in our corners, it is the best proposal because you can itemize it and periodize it as well. It's easy to periodize it, to say this week I want 1, 2, 3. Next week I want 1, 2, 3. The following week I want 1, 2, 3. It's very smart. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next question is from Andrew. What is the acceptable time frame between a concept note and acceptance and research approval? And if your concept note is accepted, do I maintain contact with the assigned supervisor to guide my proposal? Or must I develop a full proposal without contacting the supervisor? And how much time is one given?
I will answer this one this way. When you are asked to submit a concept document, you are beginning to be an insider. They have opened the door for you. Okay? The university department has opened the door for you. They want to take your concept document, have a look at it, allocate a provisional supervisor for you. Now, you work with the supervisor to do the research proposal. There is a period for that. And the period is determined by when the proposal committee sits or the postgraduate committee sits. There are dates for sitting for the proposal committee and the postgraduate committee. That is what guides your period. So there is no universal period. There's no universal period for that. It's institution to institution. And you are always, the postgraduate committee chair is given the periods to say the postgraduate committee sits this month on the 18th of August, next month, 18th of September, next month, 18th of October. And there is a time when they say, man, sorry, you come next year. See, so dates for proposals are determined by the institution. And my advice to everyone is that thanks God when you are allocated to a supervisor. As quickly as possible, respond to his ideas. When he says, I want the topic and I want the introduction and the background by Wednesday next week, please do it. Next week, if he says, I want literature review, please do it. Next week, if he says, I want the methodology section, please do it. If he says, I want the ethical requirement section, the following. So your link is your supervisor. Why? Because he knows the periodizations of the sittings of proposal committee or postgraduate committee. I thank you.
Thank you, Prof. So we are running a bit out of time. So I'm going to take two last questions. So Alim asks, if you plan to publish 2 papers from the PhD work, how do you have to mention this in the methods chapter of the proposal? And do you have to include all 2 methods for the 2 papers in the methods chapter of the proposal? And then we have another question from Philistus. In a research concept note, can you cite and show methodology?
Come again on the last one.
In a research concept note, can you cite and show methodology?
Okay. Thank you. Those are very wonderful questions. Actually, I like the one on 2 papers for the PhD. I think it's a very good question because we were almost going to lose sight of one aspect of our PhD and master's proposals. Prof. Pierre Hubert likes to say that, you know, it is best to do a PhD by research articles. He's correct there. When you do your PhD by research articles, by the time you do your first article, it's published. You have a publication, but it's moving towards your PhD. You do your second article, it's published. You are moving towards attainment of your PhD. You do your third article, like that, like that, like that. At the end of your articles, you are awarded a PhD, but you are not the same as a person who has done a monologue. You know, a monologue is a full thesis where people brag and say, me, I did 600 pages. I did 400 pages, you know, which is okay. It's a typology of a PhD full thesis. It's okay. Sometimes it's comfortable for some people to do a full PhD thesis, okay? Not a research by research, but Prof. Pierre would say, but then in a research thesis by articles, you benefit, you graduate, but you already have your articles. And also professionally, it enhances your chances of promotion. Now, this guy who says, is it possible to indicate in my research concept note that I want to publish 2 papers? Yes, you must indicate if your PhD modality is PhD through research articles. Yes, you must indicate that. Yeah, your supervisor must know that that's what you want. You see? And I think the supervisor will also be excited, because to have a student who has got the guts to say, me, before I complete, I want to have done 2 articles. That's a very impressive student. So it's necessary to indicate it. You can indicate it when you are going to do a PhD through research articles. That's one. Secondly, if you are going to do a PhD through full thesis, okay? Nowadays, universities say you can't graduate if you have not demonstrated 1 full article from your PhD monologue. So indicating that you want to do 2 is excellent. You should go ahead with that. It's excellent, because you are showing you are going to work very hard. And besides, it's an administrative requirement for every university nowadays. You can't graduate if you have not shown competencies of production of an acceptable article. So 2 is excellent. Okay, that one, I think I've answered that. Is it necessary in your concept document, in your concept paper, which is usually 1 page or 2, to indicate the methodology? Yes. Although we naturally would expect just you to indicate your literature and your understanding of the topic, Prof. Hubert would say, no, I just want the student to show me the topic and what he knows about it. Then I can determine whether this guy is suitable or not. You see, in the same breath, I would say it would be good also to then indicate this is the literature I have, but I also want to use this type of methodology. Then it shows that you're up for the game. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gumede. I see there are some more questions, but unfortunately we don't have time for that. Dr. Gumede, I see there's lots of praise for your presentation and your responses to the questions. So thank you, participants, for appreciating Dr. Gumede. I would like to, just before we close, ask Dr. Vanessa if she would like to say anything. Dr. Vanessa?
I wasn't expecting that anyway, but I'm glad that I'm here. Just to start by appreciating you for chairing the session quite professionally. I also want to thank Dr. Gumede for the presentation. He finished quite early, so some presenters would finish late and not have a lot of time for questions like I did this morning. So he finished quite early and had a lot of time, 1 hour. And I'm like, what are we going to say in 1 hour, 15 minutes? But interestingly, the questions kept coming and coming and coming. And it's amazing that there are still questions that can't even be touched on within the time frame. It also shows that these things emerge and people have different needs and different concerns. And the idea of the academy is to introduce subjects, to introduce topics, and then also give access to the people that are able to answer and respond to such queries. And then the engagement should continue. I believe that Dr. Gumede has his contact on his bio, and we can always reach out to him, and the engagement should continue. It shouldn't end here. We can always email ourselves. We can always find ourselves on social media and connect and reach out to each other. It's a community of practice, and no one knows it all. So you hear Dr. Gumede mentioning people's names, in as much as one would think, but why is he mentioning people's name? He should just talk. But he's also showing that he has risen upon the shoulder.
Unfortunately, we lost Dr. Vanessa. I think she has some technical issues. Colleagues, before
Sorry,
we
sorry. I'm
oh,
back. I'm back.
you're
Indeed,
back.
indeed. I was surprised. I was surprised to be kicked out. So it also shows that he's risen. I was saying that it shows that he's risen on the shoulders of people. And that's very peculiar to the academic journey, that you draw on people's knowledge, you draw on people's expertise, you build, expand. And as you grow in the academic career, people also begin to make reference to you and learn from you. Hence, the culture of intellectual humility is something we should always appreciate, always share what you know. You talked about the knower at the beginning. Yes, we are learners, but we also aspire to be knowers and specialists in our field. So it's very interesting. The PhD journey, master's journey can be tedious, but it's doable. So I tell people, like I tell my children, has anybody ever done it before? And they say yes. Do they have two heads? And they tell me no. So if they don't have two heads, then you can. So I just want to encourage everybody on that stage to stay on track, keep the focus, don't get discouraged. You can get help. If your supervisor is not assisting, you can get a more critical friend. You can reach out to people within your institution or outside the institution. Try and build networks that are productive, that can assist you in navigating the challenges of the journey. One key thing that Dr. Gumede also mentioned is the peculiarity of institutions. So you can't say, I like what happens at UFS when you are at UP, for example. So there are policies, there are procedures, there are guidelines. You have to follow those because that's where you have registered for your studies. And unfortunately, if you don't want to do that, then you have to deregister and go somewhere else. But when you are within that institution, that shapes almost everything about your research and your study because you are there. So that's the social construct that determines what we do. But I wish everybody all the best. Let's keep engaging, let's keep reading, let's keep writing, let's keep knowing and learning. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those kind and positive words to end off, Dr. Vanessa. Participants, before you leave, Natasha has shared a link for the evaluation of the session. If you could please take a moment to complete the evaluation. And let us also, I want to thank our IT that's been working in the background and supporting this. And then especially Natasha, who has done a fantastic job, being called on at the last moment to support. Thank you so much, Natasha. We appreciate that you've also helped us out. And let's put our hands together by way of reaction. Applause for the session and for Dr. Gumede. Thank you so much, everyone. I hope you had a good academy week, and I wish you all the best for the weekend. So I'll close the session now. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye,
Thank you.
guys.
Good luck.
Bye.
Guys, everyone, thank you.